Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Welcome to Hyper Game Dev. My name is Lise. I love learning how to develop games. Right now I'm working on this game called Alien Meat World. I don't know, it's just a working prototitle. It's an endless runner survival game. Made some great progress yesterday. I'm doing these devlogs twice a week right now. I might bump that up to 3 at some point. They're live. I'm not great at Godot. I'm new to it. I love making games. I've been making games for a few years now, and I've been learning a bunch of different engines, but I've settled in on Godot for now. We've got this character. I can speed. Let me turn on the keyboard so you can see. I can speed up the level. We just added some damage yesterday, so I can actually have these limbs get hurt. You can see kind of the numbers going down, and then we see the limbs disappear. And we got Frank Ferranz in this house. Welcome, Frank. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for the thumbs up. I appreciate it. We got Marion in the house. Marion has been helping me build this game. I love the live stream team we got going. Like, literally, I never expect anybody to come here and help me, but yet people do. And you know what? You get credits on this game. Whatever that means, for whatever that's worth. I'm keeping track of all the folks who come through and offer tips and suggestions and help me build this game out. You are a part of this Hyper Game Dev team, so thank you for that. However little or much you contribute, backseating is welcome here. So this is kind of the progress of it so far. We got Stormrun in this house. Welcome, 15 minutes early, but a minute late. Wow, that sounds deep. I'm pretty sure that's like a proverb. Welcome, Stormrun. Thanks for stopping in. Good to see you. Always a pleasure to have you come through. Help me out as well. So yeah, so there's still not much to this. My vision for this game is that you can, I forgot the other thing that I got added in yesterday, which is health. Yeah, we run into those red blobs there, and it'll actually heal if I actually touch it correctly. You can see we're jumping even though we have no legs. There we go. Look at that. We rise from the dead. Marion helped me so much with that. And yeah, so what I want to do today specifically is I want to try to have like interactive healing. I don't know how well that's gonna turn out, but I'm sure gonna try. If you're new around here, I hope you'll consider hitting that subscribe button. If you do hit that subscribe button, I got news for you. It's gonna light up pretty colors. It's gonna put out confetti. It's gonna feel so good. You're gonna be so glad you subscribed to this channel. So thank you if you're able to do that. I appreciate it. Godot is what I'm all in for. I'm all in for Godot, baby. Let's do it. So if that's the kind of thing you're interested in, especially if you're interested in learning because you see other people helping me learn, or you're someone who wants to help me learn, you're definitely in the right place. Is the number behind the limbs how many hits it can take? Correct. Correct. That is absolutely correct. Now, I don't know if this is how it's going to stay. Marion made the great suggestion of using a label 3D to get those numbers to appear on the body parts. I don't know what I envision for it. You know, I mostly have this idea for a game where you are this alien who's invading Earth and you need to eat meat. And the meat, well, you don't only need to eat meat, you also need to send it back home to your alien planet. And so what I want is for you to be able to find the meat and grab it. What's up, May? Welcome, good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Hope you're doing great. And so the idea is that you are invading this planet Earth as an alien, and you need to collect meat, humans, animals, send them back home to get your score to your home planet, because your home planet needs it. Or if you're damaged, so we're missing a couple limbs here, the idea is that you can regenerate your limbs by eating that meat instead of boosting your score. So I don't know how this game is going to work out, but I just want to build a prototype for it. You can see we hit these red blobs, our health goes up. What I want to do today is I want to make that a little more interactive. So it's not just that we run into the blob, but ideally, and look, I don't expect to get this by the end of this stream at all, but what I want to try to do is have us use the mouse. It could also be like a joystick crosshair in theory, and click on these orbs, these red orbs here. And if we click on them, I want to see us be able to choose which limb we apply the healing to. Kind of wild, right? Like, I mean, just because wild in the sense that there's a lot of steps there that don't exist yet. So, I mean, to me, I think we could like maybe build this piecemeal, but I don't know. So ultimately, the perfect iteration of this mechanic would be that we click on the meat or the red orbs as they are right now. We click on them and then we drag them to the limb we want to heal. Now, if I think about like a joystick or a joypad, right? If you're using a controller, that's going to be kind of annoying to like move the thumbstick and bring it back and do all that. So what I'm imagining is when you click on it, right? As soon as you click on it, your cursor and or your crosshair jump to a limb. Maybe it automatically goes to your like most damaged limb. Oh, see, it's getting complicated. This is the most ideal version of it, not the version it's gonna get there by today. Jumps to like the most damaged limb, and then you can choose to let go of the click, right? So you click, you hold, you choose which limb, and so if you're moving, you know, it can maybe detect if you've moved a little left or a little right or down or up, and then it'll go to the different body parts. And if you let go, then it's going to apply that healing to that limb or body part. Now this is way more complicated than I have capacity for today. So what I'm imagining is, at the very least, starting with the ability to click on these you know, these orbs that are in the scene. And then if we click on it, something has to happen. Like, which body part is it gonna heal if we click on it, right? Because right now, literally, if I collide with it, it depends what body part collides with it. So let me break my legs off here. I'm just gonna break my legs off. Don't mind me. There we go. Legs are broken, and so if I'm gonna skip this big orb here. If I try to collect this small orb, my legs aren't gonna get healed because they didn't bump into the orb. Whereas I made this one that sunk into the ground a bunch, this one will collide with the legs and it heals the legs and brings them back. So, you know, it depends on what it touches. So if we're just going to have it so I click on it and it heals, how does it know what to heal? So I kind of have to figure that out. It could just heal them all. I kind of want that maybe to be like a perk or a buff or a special thing in certain cases. So I don't know that I want that to be the default. So I might even want to say we want to get it so we can click on it. Maybe we could have it change color or something. That would be a good first thing. So let's say that. I want it so today we can at least click on these orbs and they change their color. And then once we get that figured out, I want to try and have it jump the cursor to, I guess, the most damaged. We could just look for like the minimum. That's gonna be tough. It kind of, I mean, it could really just go to any of them. It could just maybe it goes to the body by default. That could be nice. Maybe we just start with it jumping to the body. So the torso is the most important part, where the number 4 is right now. If that gets damaged, you lose. So if that gets down to 0, you die completely. So the limbs, however, can be regenerated in theory. I mean, yeah. So maybe we'll just say click on it. So this is this is stretch goal. Main goal, click on the orbs, get them to change color. Stretch goal, get the cursor with the orb in hand while we're holding click down to jump to the middle of the body of the alien until we let go of the mouse cursor, and then it applies it. And it will just, I guess, just go to the body at that point. And so we'll have to damage the body. You know, and I guess stretch goal would be we could move the cursor and let it go over the body part. It's a little much. So let me write this stuff down so at the very least we can have our goals figured out. Frank says, the houses are small. That big alien could eat humans since they are made of meat. Exactly. Exactly. I can't wait to populate this like game with a bunch of like little creatures, and they're gonna have, I kind of want it to have some bullet hell vibes. So like there will be some people with guns and stuff, and you know, whatever, different obstacles that you have to avoid that will target different limbs and stuff. Yeah, exactly. The humans are little puny things. Need a mansion that you're required to jump over. Dude, totally, yeah. There's so much, it's so exciting to me to think about all the cool assets that we can make. I'll be doing those on Mondays for the member-only streams, by the way. Okay, that's when I make assets. Stormred says, I'm very impressed how you guys got the limbs to disappear and reappear. Yeah, right? Big Marion, Psychonic Joe, thanks. Big thanks go out to Marion and Psychonic Joe for helping me figure those out. Also, Marie came through and gave me some great help with that as well. Yeah, that was a team effort. That was a team effort for sure. Pepe says, have you seen what's happened in the gaming world in the past 72 hours? The gaming world, that is one broad brush. I assume you're talking about like Bungie. Yeah, forget Bungie, man. Also, you know what happened? W4, which is a Godot owned, or not a Godot owned, but it's the founders of Godot, some of them, have W4, this production company that helps, among other things, that'll help Godot developers take their games and port them to consoles. They just got like $1.5 million. $1.5 million investment. So like, that's amazing. I love to see that. Hello, Pepe. Pepe is here. Pepe is a patron. If you're a patron or a member, you get a song. Pepe is here. Pepe's talking about the gaming world. Yeah, Godot W4 investment. Really amazing news for Godot for sure. We love to see it. Godot powered W4 Games gets $15 million investment. Ooh, light mode. Boo. We just got light mode all over the place. It's true. You should look it up. It's very cool. But yeah, W4 Games will help you port your Godot games to consoles, which is really cool. Oh, by the way, if you want to talk about help, one way you can help this channel, if you didn't know, you can leave a thumbs up. I see we got like 5 people hanging out with us, but only 4 thumbs up. That's pretty good. But one of you is holding out on me. Can we get that thumbs up button? We got 6 of y'all here now. Just hit that thumbs up. It's a live stream. More people will hear about the live streams if you hit that thumbs up button. So thank you if you're willing to do that. It helps so much, and it feels good. You press that like button, it's gonna glow and spew out beautiful colors. It's wonderful. I'm curious now. I haven't heard from the gaming world since I started building my own. Yeah, I relate to that. Yeah, so pretty much, and then with Bungie, like Bungie is just getting ousted as being a super toxic work environment, basically. We've had, oh yeah, GTA 6. Yes, I have seen the GTA 6 trailer. Oh, I've seen parts of it. I watched it like in bed, you know, with the sound off, and like I was kind of falling asleep. But it looked really cool. It looked really cool. It looks like it's got like a lady protagonist, maybe like a couple of protagonists. It's pretty interesting. Lego and Fortnite crossover. Okay, all right. Bungie, yeah. MK1. Wait, what's MK1? Mortal Kombat with its biggest DLC. Oh, okay. All right, that's exciting. Mortal Kombat, it's a big game. All right, let me write this stuff down. Thank you for the Pepe. Can we have Pepe here for like gaming news all the time? I love it. I love it. Oh, Mortal Kombat 1, like specifically. Oh. Okay, so let's say here's my goal for today. Goals, December 27th. It's just the 7th. There's no 20. I just was stalling with a 20. Wonder if it's a holiday release thing. Oh, the GTA 6 thing? Yeah, maybe. It looks beautiful. It looks like a beautiful game. So here's my goals. Number one, click on health orbs and change their color. Let's say left mouse button, health orbs change color. And then subpoint, release LMB, orbs go back to original color. Orbs become original color. Okay, and then 2. Left mouse button on, I guess we should say left mouse button on orbs. Health orbs change color. Orbs change color. Release left mouse button. Orbs become original color. Left mouse button on orbs. Cursor jumps to alien. Yeah, cursor jumps to alien. I guess I might want to say, maybe we should say this, not only release left mouse button, orbs become OG color, but also, well, it's tough because, yeah, actually I'm not going to say that yet. So we'll say down here, jumps to alien, release left mouse button, hovered body part, heal hovered body part. All right, that's I feel like a pretty lofty set of goals today. I mean, there might be more we could do. Oh yeah, cursor jumps, wait, we need to say one more thing. Cursor jumps to alien with orb attached. That's kind of a main point. Cursor plus orb jump to alien with orb attach. Yeah, jump to alien. That's what we want to say. Heal hovered, not only heal hovered body part, but also orb disappears. I think that makes sense, right? And it also raises the question, well, what if you let go away from it, right? Release left mouse button, orb drops. Oh gosh, it's getting complicated, right? Because now we get like what like physics? Like it's gonna become a physical object that falls? I don't know, man. I don't know. Orb drops if not hovering body part. I would rather this not be possible, right? Like if you're holding it, you have to choose somewhere to drop it. I feel like this is not a good idea. But like then we have to like lock the cursor into certain positions. So it gets a little complicated. So I guess I'd also want to say, as a sub goal here, cursor is locked to only moving to body parts while left mouse button is held. Cursor is locked to only moving to body parts while left mouse button is held. Nudging mouse in directions changes body part. Also, there's actually an extra place, right? Because there's also, I mean, there's an extra place too. Oh man. Cursor may also hover score section, which doesn't heal, but increases score. That's some high level stuff. So what I'm gonna do right now is I'm just gonna focus on this easy, nice number 1, and we'll think about the other stuff later. I say we just start here. Left mouse button on orbs, so we can at least get that set up. All right, that's my goal right now. I'm gonna set that topic in the chat. Backseating suggestions, ideas are all so very welcome. And also, just hanging out and saying hi and chatting is also incredibly welcome. 2025 release, you were 8 when GTA 5 released. Wow, wow, wow. You were 8 when GTA 5 released. Dang, you're a young man. You'll be old enough to buy GTA 6 on your own. A whole year and then some. They should have waited for the trailer. Mm. Do 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 do. Oh, because it's not gonna come out for like another year. Well, you know, yeah, yeah. Maybe they have a whole plan. You know, they have a whole like hype plan or something. Oh, yeah, right. There was a leak. That's true. There were leaks, so that's why they're pushing it. Yeah. So it kind of that's a little sad for the devs that that's how that had to happen, but oh well. Merry Christmas. Here's a trailer to a game a year away. So you're using A and D to move your character and the mouse to click things. Yes. Correct. Correct. That's right. Yeah, and you know, I wanted to also have like gamepad support, so I want that to be important. All right, so goal, click on orbs, stretch goal, drag orbs to body for heals or points. Okay, so I'm going to put that up there. It's pinned just so we have some proof that we have a purpose here. We're not just hanging out. We're also doing some work. All right, that's pinned up in the chat now. The right stick on the gamepad is the same as the cursor. Yeah, and so that's why I want it to like kind of be locked in, so you don't, because what would seem annoying to me is if you have to like click it and then drag it. You know, if you're using a joystick, you got to push the joystick, click it, pull it back, and then let go. So what I'd want is you come to the orb, you click on it, and then immediately this jumps to the body part. And then if I nudge it one way or the other, it's going to switch to those different body parts and lock onto those parts. And then we can let go. But yeah, you're going to move left and right. And then you can also speed up the level. So there's also W to move forward. There is a jump right now. I don't know if the jump will stay, or maybe it'll be like some kind of special perk or something, some kind of like special thing you can do sometimes. I'm not sure, but technically, Godot's character body 3D script came with a jump, so whatever, it's a jump. But yeah, you pretty much got the gist of it. To be honest, it's not much different from other games to have its first trailer drop 1 year before release. That's true. That is true. Yeah, that is true. It is true. And it's like such a big game that like the hype is worth building up. All right. So, how are we going to click on these things? So here now I'm not saying this is the best way to do it, and I beg you if you have suggestions. If you don't, please just chill, watch, enjoy the show. But there is this tutorial by GWiz about spawning a marker in the scene when you click your mouse. So here's what's happening, right? So here's this code. GWiz is the YouTuber, where you click in 3D space and it spawns a little orb at those positions. And so look, this is me just working with tutorials that are available. Maybe I'll do a little more digging, but what's nice about this is we can say spawn that marker at the position of the health pickup, and or you know, if it does, and then if they are overlapping, then now you've clicked on it, right? So just spawn a marker, and then that marker can despawn as soon as you release your mouse click. How's Blender going? Pepe, as a patron of this channel, did you know you have exclusive access to the Blender tutorials? You have exclusive, or not tutorials, just videos. They're not tutorials. Please God, understand they're not tutorials. They're me learning Blender. So yeah, we've got this right here. Join to unlock. You're already joined, Pepe. So yeah, we've got a couple Blender VODs up right now on the Patreon, and also the YouTube members, so you can join on YouTube as well and get the same things. If you head to the channel, you'll see that. But yeah, They're going great. You can even see, I mean, you can see the results, right? I made this little house and I made this tree. Let me also turn off the debug so you can see it without the collision things all over there. Because there's a lot of collision stripes all over the place. There we go. So this is what it looks like without the collision debug. So I made those trees. I made that house. I also made the alien, but I didn't make that in Blender. Although I did edit it in Blender, so that way the arms and legs snap off. So in that sense, Blender's going great. I love Blender. I love it. I think it's great. I think the best way is raycasting from the mouse position and check if Ray hit it. Yeah, right. I was kind of thinking that that would be best. So, I mean, if that's the case, right, then I need to figure out if how to make the raycast see such a thing. Oh, it just looks for a collision object 3D. Okay, yeah, you're right. We don't need to do the GWiz tutorial. See, this is why it's so helpful to have friends in the chat. Because otherwise I'm going to go down a whole path and I don't need to. All right, let's try it. But I do think that this tutorial will still help us because this tutorial will have a way for us to set up the mouse and the raycast being linked. So let me look at that.
In here, get rid of the ready function.
He's very quick. Let's do it. So he's putting it on the camera. So I'm going to hop into the camera node. I'm going to attach a script. And I'm going to call it, I guess, cursor? I guess just camera. I guess just camera. Camera is a fine script name. We'll just call it camera. Just wait till you get to subsurface painter or substance painter. Right. So that's something else. So like, I tried like exporting textures from Blender to Godot. Did not work great. It did, but like not if I use shaders. So I found myself just like scrapping together some shaders in Godot, or trying to texture things. Yeah, I should learn that. So that way, Substance Painter, so that way I can texture things a little bit more intentionally. Yeah, thanks for reminding me about that.
Let's create a new function called shoot ray, and in there we'll create a new variable.
All right, let's do it. I'm gonna follow these instructions. We're getting rid of ready. No ready in here. That's messed up. Shoot ray. All right, here we go. We're following the tutorial. Can I make it? Sometimes, if I'm lucky, a browser will suggest me to be able to put
in this tutorial
a video as a mini player. You know what does it really well is Edge. I'm not proud to say that I like Microsoft Edge, but I kind of do. I kind of do. It has bloat and advertisements that make it cringe as all heck, but it feels like it has some really good features. So I'm going to do it here just so that way. Sometimes I get tired of clicking back and forth, you know? And I just want to keep one thing up. We're on a bright white screen. I just flash bombed everybody. Sorry for that. Oh my god. All right, let me quickly. Oh my god. Let's just keep watching
mouse
it for
position. This will obviously be our mouse position.
Shoot ray variable mouse position. All right. Typing it. Shoot ray, and that's what we're calling it. So this is just a function name. I'm new to Godot. I'm doing my best. Variable mouse position. We're creating a variable within the function. I understand this so far. GWiz doesn't often explain. Oh my god, we don't have dark mode over here. Brutal. Oh, it's louder. There it is. See? Mini player. Bam. Let's go. Mini player life. See, that was all worth it. All right. We got this. The volume is a little loud, though. We do have to fix that. And let me just turn on dark mode. Just bear with me. It's important. Okay.
So we can go ahead now, create a new script. In here, get rid of the ready function.
Okay, we're back.
Let's create a new function called shoot ray, and in there we'll create a new variable called mouse position.
We lost the mini player. We gotta refresh it. I need that mini player.
Create a new script.
But see, I refresh it, it doesn't come back. It's like I gotta create like a new tab. I have to redo it. I don't know why it's so silly like this.
Rotate it down to look at it.
And
So we can
then
go
the
ahead now,
mini player
create a
button
new
appears.
script.
Isn't that so
In here,
annoying?
get rid of the ready function.
Okay, here we go.
And
For
let's create
real.
a new function called shoot ray. And in there, we'll create a new variable called mouse position. This will obviously be our mouse position. We'll get this by get viewport dot
Get viewport.
get mouse position. Next, we will set our ray length.
This makes sense to me.
Length, and a good size to go with will be 1000. And obviously, you can mess around with that value. And now we need to set the position of where the ray starts and where it ends. So we'll call a variable from. This will be project ray origin, and we will pass in our mouse position that we got earlier, and we're shooting it to.
Okay, what are we doing here? Variable from. So we're setting up all these variables or these components that we're going to use throughout this function to make this ray cast from the mouse work. So we're setting up mouse position so we can reference this later. This is the mouse position. We get viewport, get mouse position. We'll use mouse underscore pause to reference that. Ray length, so we can update this later if we want to change it. We're avoiding hard coding it. We're setting it up as the ray length 1000. Now we have from, so where the ray comes from. I guess it's fine to just call it from since it's within this function. We know what it's in reference to. From project ray origin. That's a new one. Returns a 3D position in world space that is the result of projecting a point on the viewport rectangle. Returns a 3D position in world space that is a result of projecting a point on the viewport rectangle. Oh, that's awesome. By the inverse camera projection. Wow. This is useful for casting rays in the form of origin normal for object intersection or picking. I mean, that's exactly what we need. So so far, this is great. We're going to hit a point where we don't need this to follow this tutorial, but this is definitely good for us. Okay. So what this is doing specifically, we're saying this is the position that we're projecting from. So the point on the mouse, so like if we're creating a vector, right? There's this and there's that. From is this, I think. I think I'm understanding that correctly. And that's project ray origin. Feed your cat farm. You do have a lot of cats. Feeding time. That's got to be, oof. Take your time. I know with our cats, we have 2 cats, and it can be a contentious moment. All right. So we want to say mouse position. Okay, so we're actually defining the ray origin as the mouse position. Gotcha. That seems obvious now. Okay, I see. So we define the project ray origin using this function, and then the argument is get viewport, get mouse position, which we're saying is mouse position to keep it simpler. Understood? So now we're making 2. So where we want so we have this point, the from, and now we're going to define the 2. Variable 2 equals from.
From plus project ray normal. We'll pass in that mouse position again. And we'll multiply that by our ray length. We also need to reference the space. So we will set a new variable
called space. Did he say
space.
multiply?
Set this to get world 3D.
He did.
Dot direct space state. To create the ray, we will create a variable called
ray. Hold on, GWiz. Hold up. All right. So the 2 from 2. The 2 is the position of the origin plus project ray normal mouse position. Now what does that mean? Returns a normal vector in world space that is the result of projecting a point on the viewport rectangle by the inverse camera projection. Useful for casting rays in the form of, so it's very similar. It's the same thing. It's just a normalized vector instead of. Now I'm pretty ignorant when it comes to vector math, but I'm guessing it's normalizing the vector. Honestly, whatever that means, it's normalizing the vector relative to the mouse position, and it's adding from to that. This is, I can't really explain this in an intelligent way, but I get what this is doing to an extent. And then it's multiplying that by the ray length. So I would guess that this is creating the joining between those two. So there is this, and 1000 is the endpoint here. So that's what we're, I assume, creating here. Okay, we've missed a couple things, so let's roll it back a bit.
We also need to reference the space. So we will set a new variable called space. Set this to get world 3D dot direct space state. To create the array, we will create a variable called ray query. We'll set this to physics query.
Right, hold on.
Ray query parameter.
Hold on. I like to learn. I like to learn what I'm typing, you know? I try. There's sometimes I gotta let it go, but this seems like we can figure it out. So we're defining the space. Get world 3D. Direct space. This means nothing to me. Returns the current world 3D resource this node 3D is registered to. What is world 3D? A resource that holds all components of a 3D world, such as a visual scenario or physics space. Class that has everything pertaining to a world. Physics space, visual scenario, sound space, 3D nodes register their resources in. I mean, I guess I can kind of guess what that means. All right, so the world. And then within the get world 3D space, direct space state, direct access to the world's physics 3D space state, used for querying current and potential collisions. All right. When using multi-threaded physics, access is limited to node physics process in the main thread. I don't think we have to worry about that. Okay, I don't understand this. I can see how it might be important, but technically I don't really get it. But I'm going to type it anyway, because I was told to. Ray query equals physics q. Query. Okay.
Parameters 3D dot new. We will set.
All right. So if that was that in one of these other things we looked at, direct space state? Used for querying current and potential collisions. So we've set up something to be queried, and now we're setting up a way to query. All right. I'm grasping at straws here. But that's all right. Equals physics ray query parameters 3D dot new. All right. What is that? What is that? What is that? Provides parameters for physics direct space state 3D intersect ray. All right. Intersects a ray in a given space. Okay. Ray position and other parameters are defined through physics ray query parameter 3D. The returned object is a dictionary with the following fields. Collider, the colliding object. Now this sounds useful. Collider ID, the colliding object's ID. I wonder what its ID would be. Normal, the object's surface normal at the intersection point. Or vector 3 if the ray starts inside the shape. And the physics ray query parameter 3D hit from inside is true. Position, RID, shape. If the ray didn't intersect anything, an empty dictionary is returned. All right. So this seems useful. This seems like something we're going to need to check what the intersection is that it hits, the thing that it's looking at is. I can see this being useful. Stormrun got the cats fed. Your littlest one always climbs up your back and sits on your head waiting for the food. What? What's in the cutest thing I've ever heard in my life? I can't even, I can't, Stormrun, I can't handle how cute that is. What? A little cat climbs onto your head while you're feeding it? That is gold. That is an amazing, that is a life experience everyone deserves to have, unless they hate cats. Holy moly. All right. She's gentle too, so no claws. If she can climb up your back without claws, also impressive. Incredibly impressive.
It's from
Sounds like a
position
sweetheart.
to our from position that we created before, and same with the to position. So dot 2 gets 2, and we'll pass in the result.
Okay, we got some more instructions that I'm just blindly following. Because I've been told to. I do what I'm told. Okay, so we've got Ray query dot from. So we're now saying within the physics Ray query parameters 3D project Ray origin. I really barely understand why this works. Equals from, or we're defining what something equals. Dude, I honestly don't understand this code right now. And I don't think Godot does either. Okay, it does. It was just like red for a second. I mean, we're defining, are we redefining it? It's like, so it's like we're defining what, I guess we're changing the variable. So it's like in this, I guess, order of operations or something, we first set this variable here, and then that's important. So we can get this, and then set the Ray query, and then redefine from and to. So this is kind of like dynamically being redefined. Something like that.
Result to a variable called raycast. Result. Set this to space dot intersect ray, and pass in that Ray query. And now we can go ahead and print out our raycast result. I've gone ahead and made a simple click action in my input map, which is clicked.
We just print it out. Stormrun says it helps to do what we're told first, then we can figure out later what's nonsense. You know, I like to think that. Figure out later what is nonsense. Wait a minute, that's nonsense. Yeah. Yeah, I tend to agree with that. You know, I hope, sometimes I want code to like make more sense the first time I do it, and maybe like the more I learn, the more I'll be like, wait, maybe I do get that, but that doesn't happen as often as I want it to, but that's okay. Okay, so we got one more little bit to add in, and then we'll be able to start testing it a little. Print result. That's it. Print raycast result. All right. Print raycast result. All right. So he set up a left mouse button.
I've gone ahead and made a simple click action in my input map, which is clicked to my left mouse button. So we can reference this by creating a new function, input event. We'll check if event dot is action
grab.
Pressed, click, and then if so, we will shoot the ray. Now, if I press play, you'll see that if I click off to the side, since the ray is not colliding with anything, it will return a blank dictionary. However, if I click the ground, it will return this dictionary full of data. I've gone ahead and made a simple marker scene, which is just a sphere with a dictionary thing, and then, if so, we will shoot the ray.
So the thing is, now, I feel like this is giving us data we don't need.
You'll see that,
but it'll be interesting to at least do it. So he's adding if event is action pressed, and then the click up here. He's creating an input event. If, let me get that mini player back. Please give me the mini player. If event dot is action pressed, grab,
will shoot the ray.
Shoot the ray. Press play, so that's actually making everything happen. So this is pretty important.
If I click off to the side, since the ray is not colliding with anything, it will return a blank dictionary. We will shoot the ray.
Okay. All right. Oh, colon. All right. Let's see. Let's see this work. Gotta get those colons in there. Very important. So we should see in the output log down here, when I click, now, interesting. So it's giving us a lot of blank things. Oh, interesting. So I think array isn't long enough. I think we need to make it longer. I'm gonna make it 10,000. So basically what we're seeing here, when it reports it, I'm gonna make this, I'm gonna zoom in the output log a bit here, so we can just see what's going on. So when it's like those brackets, there's some other stuff happening when we damage or we hit health, and so that's all popping up as well. But when it's those brackets, that means it doesn't see anything, and that's me clicking. So let me bring up the keyboard as well. That's gonna cover it up though. But I'm clicking, and when I click, that creates those brackets. Now, if I click closer, we get this position output. So it's actually telling me where we're clicking here from the raycast. So I think we need to make the raycast longer, because out here it doesn't. So 1,000 is about, right here is about 1,000. So we need kind of 2 or 3 more of those. Let's try 3,000. See how far that gets us. I mean, we shouldn't be able to. The thing is we shouldn't be able to grab that far. Oh, look. Oh, no, look. It's not the length. Because look, I'm clicking out here, and it's still returning blank. It's long enough. You need to set query collide with areas equals true. Interesting. So why does it collide up here? Little tip. If you make a variable, instead of assigning it with an equals, assign it with a colon equals. It will give you autocompletion working. Really? Really? If you make a variable, instead of assigning it with an equals, a colon equals. No kidding. Variable, what will it autocomplete? So you're saying variable raycast result, if I do it without, oops, even though I spelled that wrong, doesn't really matter. I guess we should spell it wrong. And I just do equals. So when you say autocomplete, you mean elsewhere it'll autocomplete with it? It's very interesting. Shoot Ray sounds weird. Not Ray. Don't shoot Ray. Come on, poor Ray. What did Ray do, man? Ray is just chilling, minding his own business. What's up, Psychonic? It went really well. It went really well. So yeah, so we have we have our character here. We've got some numbers on those body parts. Marion and Marie, especially Marion, gave me massive help. You too, of course. We've got injuries, so if I bump into these trees, the damage goes down. We also got, if the legs get chopped off, so let me chop off the legs here. So if I hit these houses, bam, we fall down. Marion puzzled this out beautifully. We did have some help from Marie as well. And then, so these red orbs actually give you health. So if we bump into those red orbs, one of them is sunk deep into the ground. So it's going to actually heal our legs, and we stand back up. Yeah, so Psychonic, you helped us lay that groundwork to get this working. And Marion and Marie brought it home. We got the Hyper Game Dev team out here. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Like, we did it. We did it. Yeah. And so now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get a way for us to be able to grab the health to heal ourselves, not just collide with it, but be able to click on it. And I have some lofty ideas about how to do that. So I'm setting up some raycast stuff to get it so we can at least click on the orb and get it to change color as a small goal before getting full-blown grab and drag onto our character. Yeah, it did go well. Yeah, because Psychonic was a huge help. Psychonic was massively helpful. So helpful. You have variable ray query, and you're assigning it with equals. Change equals, right. And then what's the value of doing that? And if you type ray query, it will show you all properties and functions. So it's about later on down the line. So for ray query, if I put a colon here, this isn't going to help me with this line. But later on, if I type ray query, you're saying it'll do some kind of auto-completing somehow. If you type ray query, it will show you all properties and functions. And it wouldn't otherwise. I know your tip has to mean something. I don't know how to take it. If somebody sees like what I'm missing. Because it sounds really useful. Maybe there's like another explanation somewhere. Godot variable colon equals. I don't know. What does, when declaring a variable, what does colon equals do? Okay, we get some learning here. And a dot. And a dot? Whoa. Oh, so we have to put the dot for it to find all those things. Okay, let me try that. Ray query dot. Oh, I see. And then these are, so like if we want to extend from it, I see. So now if I get rid of this colon here, and I do ray query dot, well, we still get all these. But so is that different? I'm still getting all these. But you're saying it's different if I put the colon here and I do the dot. I don't know. So if you do a variable number colon equals 1, it's like variable num integer equals 1. It basically tells Godot to infer the data type. And when Godot knows the data type, it auto-completes if you do num something. I see. I see. So it's like shorthand. It seems kind of redundant, right? I mean, but you will not get dot from and dot to completion. Because we like already did it or something. Or that wouldn't show up. So like, okay, I think I understand it. There's a possibility. So you said like variable num. There's variable num colon equals 1. This is the same as right here saying variable num integer equals 1. But like, how is that different? Doesn't it infer it as well if we say variable num equals 1? Isn't it still inferring that it's an integer? I guess not. And then if we say variable num or variable num colon equals 1, it's the same as typing the integer. But what if it's wrong? I don't know. It just all seems very mysterious. It seems all very mysterious to me. Like, there's got to be a redundancy in here somewhere, right? At what point is it just better for it to just know what it's supposed to be? Like, I get the difference between declaring that it's an integer. This makes sense to me because it not only is more human readable, but Godot's not going to have to figure out what it is, and there can't be any assumptions about what it is or isn't. This one makes sense to me because Godot is going to infer what it is, I would think, because otherwise, how could it use it if it didn't figure it out? I don't know. And then with this one, what's the point of like further doing it? So I kind of isn't too sure, to be honest. Just know that in some cases, Godot can't know what data type the variable is expecting. I don't know much though. Yeah, it's interesting. It's a bit of a distraction, but it does seem like an important distinction in the world of GDScript. And I do find myself curious. Now, earlier, we were told, back to our raycasting. Everyone's helping, and it's so nice. It is so nice. It is so nice. It declared it's strongly tied. It's quicker and giving you full auto completion. It declare it strongly. So it's like different degrees. Like, this is the most specific you could possibly be. This is like, Godot, get pretty specific about it. And Godot, I don't know, just figure it out. Just figure it out, Godot. And then there are just like a few extra advantages to doing this, and maybe a lot more advantages to doing this. I don't know. It still feels a little mysterious to me. But like, I hear you. All right, I want to figure out the raycast stuff, though. As interesting as I think it is. This is my goal right now, is to be able to click on stuff and change the color of orbs. Ideally, I want to drag orbs to my character and heal my character, but that seems a little ahead of myself. Right now, I just want to click on orbs and change their color. So I found this tutorial about putting out a raycast, and now I want that raycast to be able to see the things that I'm clicking on in the distance in 3D. What I set up, oh, I need to fix this. What I set up, it's hard to explain. Yeah, that's understandable. I'm sure it'll eventually make sense. What is set up, when I click, so you can see those little brackets down there in the output in the bottom left, it's not seeing where I'm clicking. If I get closer here, it's outputting positions because it can see just fine. But out in the distance, it can't see things. So I'm not sure why that is, but I think Marion has an idea why that is. I thought it was because it was too short of a raycast. I made it longer, it didn't help. Marion says it's not the length. You need to set query.collide with areas true. Query.collide with areas true, because we have, okay, I mean, I guess these don't have, do these not have collision? Because then I have to ask what it's colliding with. So we have these different terrain blocks that get emitted, and that's what makes the endless runner happen. And this one, yeah, they all have a collision shape 3D, technically. They all have a collision shape 3D. And it's not even, it's a static body. And then the parent node is a mesh instance. So I would think, yeah, there's actually not even an area here. I'm going to still do what you said, because you're really smart and usually right. But for whatever it's worth, this isn't an area. This terrain isn't an area. Ray query in my case, right. Stormman says, wouldn't the object far away be too far, though, for the raycast to hit it? That's what I would have thought. I mean, maybe I'll make it even longer, just to, like, totally prove that out. So if I come to our camera script, yeah, I totally trust Marion, but let's just make sure. Let's make it 10,000 long. 10,000 long! Yeah, it's not reporting any further out. It's still close by that it only sees it, which is just odd. All right, So let's try what we're told. Let's do what we're told. And I don't really know where to put it, but I'll just put it somewhere. I'll just put it somewhere. So you said it was ray query dot collide with areas. Oh, right. So you were saying that maybe we'll get even the suggestion. Ray query dot collide with areas. Oh, look, and it pops up. Nice. Nice. Now, what I'd be curious to see too is if we got rid of that colon, like you were saying, would it still come up? Ray query collide. It still comes up. So I'm still confused. Collide with areas equals true. All right, let's try it. Let's see if this makes those brackets go away. It does not. It does not. As I understand, trees and houses and hills have areas. It will make raycast collide with areas. That's true. So technically, I don't need it. Well, they not only have areas, they also have collision within the areas. So I was kind of hoping maybe it could see the collision within the area. But, I mean, it's still not working. So if I click on it, it still doesn't see it. So I think we're still hitting some problems here. You know, unless I just need to put this somewhere else. You know what would be helpful? I'm going to keep following the tutorial. So, and we'll put the marker out there just so we can at least visualize more clearly where these points are appearing. And then maybe that'll help us troubleshoot somehow here.
Click. And then, if so, we will shoot.
So the objects have a function.
Now, if I press play.
Of if clicked. I don't know. I don't think so. No, I had looked and I didn't see anything like that. No, I don't believe they do. I'm not too versed with raycast, but shouldn't the from be the position of the player? Perhaps. Perhaps. We could try it. So I'll say, let's make the player referenceable. I don't know. I mean, I kind of imagine it wouldn't matter. But maybe it does. So instead of mouse position, we'll just say ray origin. And then I'll change the ray origin to the player. Whoops, not there. Here. It's worth a shot. In this case, we need to shoot the ray from the camera, not the player. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. Not doing that. Player or camera. That way it's not stuck behind you in spawn location. I do want... Well, the thing is, I also want the player to be able to get clicked on. If it gives data from the ground, I think it's working. Yeah, and well, that's why I want to... So this tutorial is also going to... show us how to spawn a marker. So I think that'll give us a little more clarity where it's actually going. Does not make more sense the ray shooting the player since it's supposed to be the hand grabbing. That's true. That's true. I don't know. I feel like it's like, even though the hand is grabbing things, that's interesting. It's iconic because it makes me think, like, if we wanted to, like, have some kind of animation or something that moves along a vector, if we already had it coming from the player, maybe it would be easier. Then we could just, like, trace that vector somehow. I don't know. That ray query collide with areas needs to be above raycast result. Oh. Let's get our order of operations in order. Okay. Let's try this. Can we click out here? We cannot. Not that I don't believe you that that makes areas clickable. Because, like, the health, right? So it's allowing me to click on the health. And actually, if you look at the output down here, let me get rid of some of these other prints, because this is getting annoying. I'm gonna get rid of some of these other ones. Let me take out this and take out these, and I think there's one more over here. Okay, so this way we have a little less chaos going on in the output log. So when I'm clicking the ground, you can see it says ground right there. Now when I click on the orb, it says meat, because the orb, the health, is meat. So that is good. But if I click way out here, or a piece of meat, you know, way out here, actually, it does see the meat way out there. Actually, look. Look. Oh, shoot. It's not working if you only click the floor. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I don't need to click the floor yet. I mean, who knows, you know? Maybe the game prototype evolves and I decide I do want to click the floor. I don't know. I mean, well, actually, so I will say this. So I haven't told you all my ideas for this game. Another idea I have is when you grab meat, which also is health, I want you to have the option to throw it. So you could grab a human and throw the human, like, at something. Right? So in that case, we would want the raycast to be able to see what's underneath it, even if that's the ground. So I would think if we could figure out how to get the ground to be seen, that would still be helpful. But yeah, you're right. We can click way out in the distance and it sees this super far away tree. Kind of, almost, pretty much. I mean, we're not going to be able to grab that far, so I should probably make it shorter, because the arms, well, the arms, and I don't know how long the arms should go, because they're alien arms that can grow, so there should be a max length, but, you know, maybe some of that's a little too far away. I guess we almost want like a highlight, if I'm being honest. I'd kind of want to say without clicking, it knows. So that way when I hover, I didn't even think about that. I want to say that when we hover over them, they highlight. That's what I should do. May need a bigger hitbox on the objects far away. Maybe. I mean, these trees, I mean, it's seeing trees all day. No problem. If you go for player instead of camera, any object behind the player can't be clicked, I believe. That's true, and maybe that might be nice. If we shoot it from the player, there's no way to shoot it according to cursor. Oh, right. Right. So even though the arm is grabbing, you know, it's a game. So it's not like literally the arm is grabbing. Literally, the cursor is the crosshair is what is the grab position. The animation of the arm and the properties of the arm, that is it there or not? Is it long enough or not? That's what is relative to the arm. How the terrain is made? So, oh, good. Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, so here's the terrain controller. Let me show you that. But it's good to think about, because, like, you know, I was like, yeah, you know, that could be nice, like having it coming from the player, but then again, it makes sense if we want it to be the cursor position. We're sort of suspending our disbelief that the cursor is the arm. So here's the terrain controller. And so there's this empty array here being set. And now bear with me, because I borrowed this from a tutorial. The tutorial in the live stream that I did of this endless runner design initially. I have the link to that. So here's this. Let me show you that. All right, here's the tutorial right here. That's the tutorial that I followed. I literally took the code from it. And then there's the, I put it in the chat there. There's the live stream that I did where I implemented it. And I'm going to try to explain it, but, you know, this was a tough one for me to exactly understand. So, we're defining the terrain velocity, and then we have the terrain belt, set of terrain blocks which are currently rendered to the viewport. Mesh instance 3D. Yeah, I don't know how to explain it. I'm like, okay, we're gonna explain it. I have no idea what I'm looking at. We define that there's 8 blocks at a time, right? So if I bring this down to 3 and we hit play, there's only gonna be a few at a time, right? And you can see it doesn't see those. It's interesting because it only seems to see the one that I'm like on top of, but not the ones as they're moving closer. So yeah, so I know what that does because I can change the number and then we can see the difference. So that was with 3 blocks, and here's with 8 of them being rendered. We have a directory here where these blocks exist. So I have a folder down here on my project list called Terrain, and it's got 5 different scenes in it. And here are those scenes. So this is one of them. There's another. They've got different arrangements of stuff on it. They're all mesh, they're all mesh instance 3Ds on the top level. And then they've got the static body here and a collision shape underneath. We have a catalog of chunks. Randomly select one from the catalog. Spawn it at the end of the track. Yes, and repeat. That would be the short explanation. Yep. Thank you. So yeah, so these are all those scenes, and let me get back into the script. Let me make sure I'm at the right script. I think this is the right one. Loads the terrain scenes in the ready function. Initializes the blocks, the number of blocks. It's picking a random one. I see the word pick random here. Setting the position of where they spawn in. It's got a terrain belt that keeps running. And then if the belt goes past the terrain controller, so there's a terrain controller in the scene. So right here, that script that we were looking at is on a node that's in the scene. And if the terrain goes past that point, then it removes it. So the script is also saying that. You have a collider on ground, but Raycast doesn't collide with it. Yeah, because all of these scenes have these scenes that are being loaded and looped through. They're all on the top level a mesh instance. And within that mesh instance is a static body. And then that static body has a collision shape. And that collision shape is right here. Doop, 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 doop. It's a static body. Does Raycast detect static bodies by default? Oh, maybe that's it? I assumed, and maybe I assumed incorrectly, that it could see collision shapes. Maybe that's the problem. I figured it could see the collision shape nested within here, but I guess it can't, because otherwise it would have seen the area 3Ds. That's a good thought, Psychonic. That sounds like that could be the problem. I mean, if we do... Hey, what's up, Thoughty? We got Thoughty in the house. Thoughty, welcome. It's so good to see you. Hope you're doing great. Things are definitely working. Things are hugely working. And I didn't get to thank you again for all your help the other day when we were setting up the initial class script. It's literally coming along so very well. We've got damage happening, numbers going down, limbs. Look, Thoughtsy, we also figured out how to get the thing to change its collision during the game. So literally, we can have the character fall down to the ground and have the collision change, and then we can get back up again. This is big Marion props. Marion in the chat. We can actually heal back up and be standing again. None of it is animation. It's all collision. Isn't that awesome? But couldn't have done it without your help. That's for sure. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for being an amazing collaborator on this game. Yeah, so great. Okay, so Psychonic, that's a great thought, right? What'd you do for the fall, by the way? Oh, yeah, let me tell you about that. Did you disable colliders or what? Yeah, let me tell you. This is all Marion who figured this out. So I put it up on GitHub, and Marion tooled around with it. And you can actually find the link to the GitHub rehabilitation the GitHub repo in the description box if you want to check out the code so far. I haven't updated it today, but yeah. So yeah, let me tell you about that in a second. First, let me try this. It's a static body, does raycast. Let's just fix that real quick. So we have ray query collide with areas. Can we say ray query collide with bodies? Collide with bodies? Will that fix it? I still don't really understand why it sees the closest one, but this is worth a shot. Okay, that didn't work. That didn't do anything. Yeah, it still doesn't see them far away. I mean, maybe bodies isn't specific enough, but it only sees it up close. It's so strange. So here's how that problem was solved by Marion. So we have this class script, and this class script is called body part. And so every body part has this class script. It's the same script on every body part. The body, the legs, the arms, they all have the same one. And this script has a function called damage detected to each body part area. Now this was partially set up by Thoughtsy originally. So we have the obstacle script over here. And this obstacle script that Thoughtsy helped us set up checks for an area body collision. So if the player collides with an area body, it's going to report what body it collides with. Now, what we added in here was a way for it to send that message of what body part it collides with to a messenger bus. So we have this messenger script that's up in the sky like a god, and it has a body damaged signal here. So we come back over here to our class name script here. This is the body part script. And in the ready, we set up from that messenger body damaged. We connect it to a new function, damage detected. So the damage is detected when the obstacle detects the collision, reports the body area. If the body area is self, enums, nice stuff for body part types. Oh yeah, you know, I didn't actually end up using this, but it's really cool. It's really cool. I'm going to post a short about it because it's so cool. Because, you know, we can come over here and get a drop down. We didn't end up using it. I actually should probably remove it now that I think about it because we don't need it. But it is there and it is cool. I'm going to actually, now, thank you for reminding me. Unfortunately, I'm just going to get rid of it because we don't actually need it. But it is cool. And we might need it someday, but not today. So, yeah. So what it does is it says, am I the body part that collided? And if so, and the health is above 0, subtract 1 health. And then update the label that's in the scene. And make sure the mesh or the arm or the leg or whatever it is visible. Okay. Now, if the health is set to 0, that is to say we lose all of our health, it's going to hide that mesh that it is, since it knows, hey, I'm the one that collided. It's going to hide the mesh, and it's going to defer the collision. Specifically, it's going to turn off. So if we come to the collision of these limbs, we can hit the disabled button. So if I come to the legs here, so I've got leg right, leg left selected, and I disable it, and we hit play, we're gonna fall down immediately. But every time I tried to just set this to true in code, it wouldn't work. So if I just change this to collision disabled true, if I just try to do this, right, it doesn't work. Nothing happens. Even though that's doing the same thing, the difference is it doesn't have that deferral. So now we're just floating, even though the disabled is getting set to true. And indeed, if we turn on the debug, you can see those collisions go away, but it still doesn't work. Deferred call needed for the physics engine if you disable collision shape. Exactly. And so the first thing that Marion had tried was actually resyncing the function, since we created this function outside of the process. This, by saying await get tree process frame to, or just saying wait for the process frame to synchronize, then this would work. So now collision disabled will work because it's waiting for the function to synchronize with the physics process. So that was kind of the problem, I guess, if I were to say it in a nutshell. The function that we were creating, okay, it fell, but I deleted too much myself, you couldn't tell. The function we were creating existed out of sync with the physics process. And that's why the collider wasn't getting removed. And so Marion found a way for us to, a couple different ways, for us to resynchronize the function that we created, damage detected, with the physics process. One way is waiting for the physics process to be synchronized. And then the alternative way is this here, where we defer the disabled being true. I feel like this would have given me headaches for days trying to solve it. I know, right? Right? That's kind of, I was like, you know what? We're just going to let this be unsolved and be okay with that. And Miriam was like, let me get that code. Let me get that code. Let me cook. Let me cook. And cook Marion did. So yeah. So that's how we solved it ultimately. Pretty cool stuff. Very helpful. I've learned so much. I'm really glad I got to explain that. I'm really glad I got to explain that because now I feel like I understand better what happened. Our function was out of sync with the physics process. The chat is good. The project's in good hands. Yeah, right. For real. You guys are like straight up hyper game dev collaborators. Like for real. Thank you. Thank you for this. Like, this is our game. I may have the idea and be saying, I want this, I want that, I want this, but you guys are making it possible. Thank you. And I'm learning, which is nice. As for seeing the ground, like, technically right now, we don't need it, right? Like, we can now detect clicking on objects. Like, that works. Because my goal for today is to be able to click on these orbs and manipulate them with the cursor. That's what I want. In the future, I would like the cursor position underneath it to be detected. So out here, we don't get any detection, and I don't know why. It'll see the ground when it's really close, but not when it's far away. We can see the area bodies from far away since we set up the collide with areas true. Collide with bodies doesn't seem to be doing diddly squiddly for some reason. And it doesn't seem like there's any more collide widths unless autocomplete is holding out on me. And I don't think it is. Collide with static bodies. Oh, we got insert on. Collide with static. Like, I don't think that's a thing. Mesh. Like, none of that seems like something. So, I'm not really sure why we can't see that stuff. But it might have something to do with that terrain belt. So, I mean, knowing... I am still kind of curious. Like, is this actually the point? You know, if it's only seeing it up here. I mean, that's so weird, right? Yeah, it seems correct. Because it's saying this is around 0. I don't know. It's really weird. Because it seems like... Let me... I wish I could make it... Let me try something. If I, like... I mean, this is kind of unimportant. When has that stopped me before? I don't know. I mean, it's going to copy all of that is the problem. I don't really want all that stuff. I kind of wanted to see if I pasted this stuff in here. Oh, it instances it? I mean, that's not really what I want. What I wanted to see, what if I just select the objects? I wanted to get like the same mesh here and paste it in, but it's going to paste the whole instance. I guess I could instantiate it or save it as its own scene. What I wanted to do was see like if we could tell if it was the length of a block. It actually looks like it's not the length of a block, which is interesting. Maybe I'll lift this up a little bit. I know this is really weird. I know this is so weird. I was hoping we could see it more clearly. Let me try this. Let me try making a new mesh here. I'm just drawing out a ruler here. This is pretty obnoxious, and I acknowledge that. I'm going to make a new mesh instance here. And I want it to be the same size as this one. 100 by 20. Make it a plane. I want to see if it's the length of the first one or not. I made them. I made them, Thoughtsy. I made them in a member stream where I'm doing all my art stuff. I'm doing my art stuff in member streams. Also, if you're a patron, you'll get access to those streams every Monday at 2 p.m. Eastern. I'm getting into Blender and I'm doing my darndest. I made those trees. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Making my day with that. Yeah, I made them. I made them. Yeah, I kind of made them. Kind of made them myself. Okay, good. This is exactly the same size. Let's go. So let me get rid of this. So what I kind of thought might be happening... Oh, that's horrifying. Scooch it up just a little bit. I wish there's an easier way to debug raycasts. You know, I find that in a lot of engines. So what I kind of thought might be the case is the first tile was going to be the one that was being detected. But now that I'm looking at this, I mean, this is exactly the same size. They're exactly the same size. I'm just pushing this one up a little tiny bit so it's not overlapping. this white section here. But it's still drawing blanks up in here. It only actually sees it if I'm right up at the end of it. Then it sees it. So it's not about it being in this first position. Which is interesting to me. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. For now, I'm going to skip this because I don't really need it for this task. In the future, I am going to want to be able to detect the ground far away. But for now, it's not that important. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, maybe I don't need to detect the ground in the future. I don't know. Because if you throw something, I don't know. I don't want to think too hard about that. Let's skip that and let's do what we can. Because we've done a lot here. So we can click on the health now. So now what I need is how does the Area 3D know that it's been seen by the raycast? Now, I feel like we've done this something like this before. So I'm going to head over to the place where that lives. Here's one. I guess the script is where we have to go. So here's one of the things that I want to say. Hey, I see that I've been seen. And this is the health script. This is basically identical to the obstacle script. The only difference is it outputs to health detected when it's collided with versus damage detected. Now, that means we have to collide with it with the requisite body part that we want to heal. So the body part that's going to heal has to collide with that object in order for that body part to heal. Instead, I kind of don't want to do that at all, right? I kind of want to comment out all of this, which is going to break it tremendously. And maybe instead, we want to look for a different kind of signal. Is ground collision is turned off, isn't it? Maybe. Ground collision is turned off. Maybe, actually. Actually, maybe. All right, hold on. We're putting a pin in this. We're putting a pin in this one. Because we do have a collision shape 3D nested in here. The ground itself, however, is on layer 1 for collision. Disable mode, remove. The mesh instance is on layer 1. Now the character, the player collision is on layer 1. Shape is disabled. Shape is disabled. I think that's the issue. I usually blame the raycast in such situations. Stupid raycast. Ground. The shape. Oh, you mean. What does that mean? The shape is disabled. Is that this? Collision shape. Oh my god, it is! Oh, shit! Huh? Ah! Wait, so then how does it see it sometimes? I actually do remember doing this. I don't exactly remember why I did it, but I do remember doing this. All right, I'm gonna turn it off on this one with two houses on it. So there's one with two houses on it. This one. Oh shoot, it can see it. It can see that one. Can't see it. The one with two houses is gonna come into view in a second. Oh god, you can't see anything. You guys are like, what the hell is she talking about? What is she talking about? Click, 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 click. There it is. The one with two houses is visible. And it says ground. Click, click, click. Nothing, nothing, nothing. And then there's going to be a tile with two houses on it. And then it's going to start seeing it. I'm just spamming click. That's tree. Gotta wait for the one with two houses on it. So every time I click and it's just brackets, it sees nothing. Oh, that RNG. It's gonna take a second. It'll see the trees if I click on the trees. Clicking, I'm clicking, I'm clicking. Okay, one with two houses is coming up. Here we go. Clicking, clicking, seeing nothing. Sees the ground right here. With two houses on it. So that was it. Now, why did I do that? Why did I turn off the collision for that? And what are the consequences of that? So let me turn it on for all of them. I feel like I don't exactly remember why I did it. But that is well done, Marion. Well done. These are the kind of things that, like, I just don't have the experience to even think to troubleshoot. Okay, they all should be 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. They're all enabled now. So let's see. Oh yeah, we can click on them all, baby. They're all clickable. Now, does this change anything? Probably not. Thank you. Thank you. Problem solved. Oh. Wait, why did I just get obliterated? The amount of satisfaction from fixing it is enormous. Like, man. You got a track record, my friend. Because, you know, I will move on if I have to. But it's like when you're hanging out, do I have to? Yeah, look, it still works. I don't know why did I turn them off? I don't know. I mean, I will say I'm floating above the ground a little differently here. Is that typical? Curtis, yeah, yeah. Yeah, so I think maybe that must have been why I did that. Oh, that is why I did it. So that's why I did it. Oh, okay. So we have this. Oh, and that's what it was detecting here. Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is what was happening. I have a collision in the main scene, right? This is what it was detecting in the front. Was this collision shape that's right in here. Because I didn't want to have to deal with the terrain modifying or bumping the character or whatever. But, like, wouldn't I want that anyway? Like, what if there was a mountain? Wouldn't I want the character to go up the mountain? Not, like, cut through it? So it actually doesn't make a lot of sense that I was doing it this way anyway. You know, maybe it makes sense. But so this was what it was seeing. And this is why it was on the ground, because this one is tuned, so the character is flat with the ground. But the others are not tuned, so the character is flat with the ground. So I think all we have to do then is find the position, the transform of this one. Yes. Yes, enjoy the satisfaction. You have earned it. It lives on in the life of this game. So it looks like it's just at 0. It's not even anywhere. It's not even anywhere interesting. So why don't I actually disable this one This collision shape. Oh, the collision. Oh no, the collision's at negative 2.154. Okay, so that's where I want to put it. You can put ground on another layer and mask. Right. Right. I think that's kind of what I did here. So this one is on, let me see. This one is on layer 2 and mask 2. And then the ones in here, I guess I went nuclear. I did more than I needed to. These are on layer 1 and 1. And the player can collide with either 1 or 2. So, right. So I actually, I started to set that up, but I said, you know what? Forget it. Let's just turn them off. What I could have done was just say only collide with 1 or 2. But I didn't do that. I guess we would have wanted to say 2. But I don't even know if I want to do that necessarily. Wow. Look at you helping me just uncover weird little anomalies in this code. Okay, so let's say, let me put this position for each of them. All at the same spot. Oh god, that's so low. That's too low. That is way too low. What is the ground at? The ground is at 0. That's so different. I mean, we're gonna fall way through the ground there. But that's what this ground collision shape is at? Negative Euler XYZ. Why is that so different? Which one did I just do that on? Been busy doing some stuff. I'll be back in a little while if you're still on. All right, gonna keep you here for the cats, though. Hi, cats! Thanks, Stormrun. Thanks for hanging out. I always appreciate you. I don't totally understand why this is such a different position. Because if I were to put the same position on all of these, right? I mean, we're going to be sinking all the way through the ground. Yeah, we could just do the layer thing. We could. But then when I said out loud, like, what if there's a mountain or something? I'm like, wait, yeah. This is, the game's going to start in Switzerland. There has to be mountains. There has to be mountains. Oh, wait. I guess that collision is fun. It looks so low. Oh, maybe because it's colliding with... I see. So if I set the player to only be able to collide with layer 1, now we're going to sink way down into the ground. There we go. All right, so I guess I just have to find the right height here. I want to go to Switzerland once, not twice. I don't want to go there, decide I like it, and stay there more than once. I want to go just once. Period. Yeah, me too. Seems nice there. It seems very nice there. There's a lot of reasons I chose Switzerland. My favorite reason... You will once this game is released. Let's go. Maybe twice or more times. My favorite reason for why I chose Switzerland as the starting location in this game is because Switzerland is quite notable for being the country that no other country would invade militarily. And so, okay, no one would ever invade Switzerland. I hear you. I get that. But you know who would invade Switzerland? Aliens. Aliens would totally not care about neutral diplomacy or any of that. They don't give a crap. They're aliens. They're just going to land where they land and do their thing. But the other reasons are because Switzerland has a pretty high gun ownership population. And they also have like a very small military. And so I wanted that because I want to be that when the player lands there, they are going to face people with guns. So Switzerland has guns. The player will get hit with guns. But I didn't want you to be like swarmed by like an American military or something, right? Because if the alien lands in the United States, they're gonna be killed like immediately, right? Or captured immediately by the massive military. So it's like it doesn't make sense, or even an ally of the United States. Like it just doesn't really make sense that an alien game, like a game where you're invading a country, if they have a super powerful military, that alien isn't going to last long. So I wanted a country that had guns, but also wouldn't overwhelm, in theory, the player too quickly. So that was kind of my thinking for Switzerland. Plus, it has a beautiful landscape. It's going to look cool. The game's going to look beautiful, in theory. Marion has to finish for today. Good luck with the rest of the stream. Marion, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being such an amazing collaborator. I really want to like check in more with you guys, learn more about you, because eventually I'm going to make devlog videos, and I'm going to use these live streams as part of those devlogs. And I'd love to just talk to you more and be like, you know, hey, this is someone who has been a part of the team. Marion does this type of development and learned from this, and this is what they say about this. You know, I'd love to talk more. I appreciate you so very much. Thank you for all your help. Look at what you've done today. You've already done so much. Take care. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you next time, Marion. Goodbye. Goodbye. But I still think it's much more fun that like an alien would invade a neutral country. I think that's hilarious. Okay, so we're just gonna put these all at 0. Apparently 0 might be a good place to put these. Weren't they already at 0? I feel like that's where they already were at. We've got a lot. If we've already got the help we've had from Marion, I think we're gonna be alright. Alright, so plus, you know, I can always figure stuff out myself. I will make it messy. Girl, I will make it messy. But I'll do my best. Okay, let me see what this is like. This is with them at 0 height. See, we're floating. That's why I don't like that. Because we're floating. So let me try it a little lower. It's a little annoying because I have to do it for every single one. I'm going to go a little further than that. Let's do negative 0.1. So I got to come to each of these and update them. It's quite tedious, but it would be good to figure this out now before I add more of these. Like when I start building out the levels more, would be nice to have a standard by then. Okay, that's still a little too... See, it seems... Oh, these ones... Oh, you can really see I missed one here. So this is what it was at. Oh, that looks... Oh, that looks quite good. Oh, no, we just missed one. Oh, this looks really good. Oh, that looks quite good. That looks perfect. We just missed one. The one with the health on it, I guess, apparently. This one. But I didn't miss it. It's negative 0.1. Okay. Negative 0.1. Oh, I moved the terrain on this one. Not the collision. This one needs to be negative 0.1. I see. Collision. Collision. Here I did the ground, not the collision. Collision. Gets confusing. Collision. Okay. Now let me check it. See if we're flush with the ground. We are not. We're kind of. It's like, it's just a little bit floaty. Just a little tiny bit. A little tiny bit. So let's try negative 0.2. This might be too much. But it is what it is. And I was like, you know what? Let's just make them not collidable. So that way we don't have to do each one of these. But that turned out to have consequences down the line. Lesson learned. It's a little more flat. That's not bad. I feel like there's still kind of a shadow under the foot. It's a little hard to tell. No, I think that looks okay. I mean, it could be a little more, couldn't it? It's so hard to tell. Like, is that floating? Is it, though? Very hard to tell. And, like, what I'm going to do, it just, like, a negative 2.5. Such a tiny amount. Will I notice that? I'd honestly rather the feet be sinking into the ground a little bit than floating, if I'm being honest. Okay. Let's see. Oh, we're definitely sinking into the ground. No, we don't want that. Okay. 0.2 is good. All right, so now that we've got that figured out, if there will be an animation on the character, the difference will not be so visible. I hope that's true. I hope that's true. There will be animation. Yeah, this is totally lacking animation. I guess that's something I'll do in a member stream. I don't know. I mean, that animation kind of blurs the line between art and programming a little bit. So, I mean, I think maybe that'll be an art stream thing. I'm not sure. Yeah, this looks pretty good. So the next thing I actually don't want it to just be about clicking. So right now, we have set up, we can click anywhere here, and it'll detect. So here it detects the house that we're clicking on. You can see in the output log, in the bottom left, it says house when I click on it. When I click on this, it says tree. When I click on this, it says meat, because this is supposed to be meat. It's just an orb right now, but it's supposed to be meat. And then it'll say ground if I click the ground. When this hovers, I don't want to have to click. I want to say that when it hovers over the meat, I want it to change color. That's what I want. So that's my next goal. So if I come to our health script, which is the meat, I actually, well, before I do that, I want to update the ray stuff, because we don't want to just say shoot ray if we grab. I kind of want it to be all the time. I kind of want it to happen all the time, which seems like that could affect performance. That might be a problem for performance. I don't know if I care. And I'd rather say that it doesn't just shoot the ray when we click it. I'd rather this be something else. My initial guess is that you'll have to have raycast in process. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, oh god, this isn't going to be good, right? That's going to be a problem. All right, let me keep this because we're going to want... No, I guess I won't. I guess I won't keep it. Function, process, delta. The advice I've seen all the time in the Godot Discord is don't worry about performance until it becomes a problem. I've seen that too. I've seen that too, Psychonic. I have seen that too. You know what? Thank you. Because sometimes I'm like, I'm scared to take that advice. I don't know. But like someone will like post a tutorial and it'll be like, you know, here's how to have best performance. Always do this and make sure you have a dictionary instead of an array, and always do this and do that. And then people in the comments are just like, no. 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 You don't have to do this unless you're seeing issues. So, yeah. All right. You saying that makes me connect with that experience. Let's just go for it. So we want to say shoot ray. And so now we're going to get tons of output all the time. Whoa. Print less text. We have an overflow. Output overflow. Oh, God. It can't even keep up. It can't even keep up. I mean, it almost makes a case for not detecting the ground. They be giving that type of advice for someone making a 2D pixel platformer with 3D levels. Uh, this isn't clean code. This isn't clean code. It's so true. It's so true though. That must be Storm. The cats must be chatting. I think Stormrun's cats are chatting. Meow, 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 meow. You guys, if you guys don't speak cat, you wouldn't get it, but it was a good one. I don't know that I really care about the overflow, if I'm being honest. What? It's real. I said something. Like, what am I gonna do? Am I gonna have it only do it so often? Ask him for help with raycasts? I don't know if they'll understand. Like, what are they gonna do? Like, they're not gonna. I don't know. Well, we'll see. Well, let's just wait and see if they say something. And if they do, that'll be great. If they don't, you know, no pressure is what I mean. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna say the print overflow isn't a big deal, and we're just gonna be okay with it. So now that it's doing it every time it's hovering, I want to say this is gonna be tricky. I have a feeling this is gonna be tricky. On the health, somehow, somehow, I need it to know that the raycast has seen it. Now that it's an area 3D node, so perhaps, in theory, there's a signal around. Area entered, area exited, body entered, input event. There is, on the collision, mouse entered. That would be hilarious. Dude, what if we never needed a raycast? And we could have just done mouse entered. Nuh-uh. No way. I'm gonna scream if we never needed it. Your raycast result variable contains the data for the raycast collision. The specific node that is at the collision point is in the collider property. So if you do raycast result collider, this will return the node that you clicked on. Interesting. Do I understand that? Do I understand that? Is my question. Do I understand that? Before I attempt to understand that fully, I need to confirm something arguably horrifying. I don't think there's no way, right? Let me just comment this all into the ground. There's no way we didn't need to do any of that, right? Surely we needed to do some of that. If you look at your prints, when you click, you get a dictionary. The dictionary contains information about the collision, like position and such. Oh. And you're saying that one of those is useful in a way that is not being utilized. Interesting. Mouse entered. Connect, and we'll say check hover. Create a new function. Check hover. I guess I don't really know what argument I want to make here. If I'm being honest. And what I want it to emit. I guess I just want it to be like true or false, really? I don't know. That's probably what mouse enter does, true or false. So we could say check hover health. I'm going to say meet hovered. And then on the messenger health hovered emit meet hovered. And then on the messenger, we'll create that signal health hovered. And I guess on the player, I don't really know where I want to put this. I don't really need to do all this right now, but I am doing it. And that's just the truth. So in here, what I should be able to do is say function health hovered, right? Like we did over here. Oh, and we want to say health hovered. Is that what we calls it? Over here in the health one? Meet hovered. Nice. Nice and confusing, Lise. Good job. Why keep it consistent? Why bother? I know why. Meet hovered. Print meet hovered. So in theory, if I hover over it, yeah, that didn't work. That did not work at all. I'm kind of glad that didn't work, because that means the raycast wasn't useless. Let me try one more thing and have it print here as well. So that way we can confirm that the problem isn't the like message being delivered, but something else. Yeah, so the hovering, the mouse hovering, entering and exiting is not sufficient here. Thank goodness, honestly. But I had to check. I had to make sure. I had to make sure. Okay, so knowing that, somehow I wonder if back on the raycast, let me get rid of all this, we can interpret the information, and kind of thinking about what Psychonic is saying, we can maybe call the specific value that is important to us here. And what Psychonic was saying is your raycast contains the data for the raycast collision. The specific node is the collider property. So if you look at your prints when you click, right. So if you do raycast result collider, this will return the node that you clicked on. So that'll just be the node information and not everything. Instead of giving us, you're saying, I see what you're saying. You're saying instead of getting this shotgun of information, we can get a very specific bit of information. Okay, understood. All right, let me put this all back in. How do you uncomment it? Oh, not like that. Not like that. Okay, there we go. So, and specifically, raycast result dot collider, but not here, because that's just the variable that we're defining. So would that be, where would we put that? We wouldn't put that here, would we? Because that's a variable. For example, in the print. Okay, let's put them bring the prints back up. So there's a bunch of print. I'm trying to get it to print and then close it so it saves it. Collider ID collider. Right, I see. It's printing the raycast result. So if I do raycast result dot collider, is that what you mean? Nice. Nice. Got it. Understood. And if I wanted, like, you know, a different thing, which I don't. Oh, and then maybe this could be sort of what Miriam was talking about. If I put the colon equals here, will I get specific things? No, not really. Okay. Well, I thought I'd check. Because there's like collider ID. I feel like that was one of them. And now we just get this annoying ID number that I have no use for. Gotcha. This is helpful. This is extremely helpful. So then we can do like a self thing with this. We got position, normal. Got it. So those quotes, those double quotes are stuff we can do. So instead of printing it, what I want to do is I want this information to be sent via the messenger to the health script. Okay. Okay. All right. Got it. So in the health script, yeah, we can just send any of it. So really just anything. Okay. So let me come back to the messenger, right? And instead of health hovered, let me create a signal that says object hovered. So any object that's hovered. Come over here to the camera script. And instead of printing the raycast result, I'll create a function. No, I want to do messenger. Ideally, you can return this raycast so that you get it back when calling shoot ray back at the top. This just makes the raycast reusable. You can return it so that you get it back when calling shoot ray back at the top. I don't understand that, but that sounds very important and useful. Like my noob brain is just like, what have we done before? Let me just do that. At the end of shoot ray, you can do, okay, health detected emit. So we'll say hover, object hovered emit, and then the collider in here. Return raycast.collider at the end of shoot ray. Okay. At the end of shoot ray, I've never used returning, so I actually don't even know anything about it. Return. I don't even know how to use it. Inside the function? Oh, I see. Noob over here. Big time noob over here. Can't you tell? I think I still did it wrong. Maybe because this hasn't been defined. Oh, because raycast result is in here. Inside the definition line. Okay. I was like, wait, that does not gonna work. At the end of shoot ray. Not here. You're saying add. I'm confused. I'm confused. Messenger object hovered dot that new line I just made. So just put return raycast collider here. Oh, that was easy. Oh, when you said at the end of shoot ray, you meant at the end of this. I see. I got you. I don't know. I get confused. Right, because this is a function, but it's in the process function. This is calling a function. Oh, this is calling this. I just still get confused with like how things are described. Okay, I see. All this does is call this function. the function, at the end of the function, when you said that, you meant down here. And by doing that, it makes the raycast reusable. I don't know why, but I believe you. Ideally, you can return this raycast result collider so that you get it back when calling shoot ray back at the top. So what this does is that when you call shoot ray at the top, it now gives back the collision target. So you can do like target, variable target equals shoot ray. Variable target equals shoot ray. And so then in here, I would say, this is very confusing to me. I like kind of get it. Above in process when you're calling the function. Okay. Emit body part area. And I wouldn't want to say emit target here or anything like that. So I would be setting the variable up here. And that would only declare it in the process. Now target is the node that the ray collides with. So this is so I don't have to say raycast result collider. Because that what I was just gonna do this. But this is better. And then if I come over here to the health bit, I can receive that function. Function health or object detected. I guess it would be target. Wait, let me come back to the messenger. Is that what we're calling it these days? Object hovered. Object hovered. And then I'd like to see this print the target so we know it works. And then if I come back to the camera, make sure, okay, we're not printing anything else anywhere else. Okay, that prints absolutely nothing. Oh, and it causes tons of issues. I've done terrible things. I've done horrible, terrible things. Invalid get index collider on base dictionary. Returning is scary. Move line 18 and 19 up into process. I'll do this. I will do this. Okay, no more problems. No more problems. Now, it's not doing anything. Oh, no, we did hit the problem. Invalid get index collider on base dictionary. Returning is scary, Psychonic. Am I supposed to return? Is returning dangerous? Like, I feel like I'm just doing it wrong. Like, what if your suggestions interest me? But I can't help but think if I don't take them, maybe it'll work. But maybe if I don't take them, I'm setting something up to be problematic in the future. Oof. Invalid get index collider. That's really weird. Because we did get it to work, right? If we say raycast. So I think what you were saying was fine. It has nothing to do with the return. So if I put all that back, put the return back, put all this back, and instead of doing the messenger bit, sometimes raycast results don't have a collider property. For example, if you move the mouse into the sky. Oh, I bet that's it. I bet that's right. Well, let me see. So if I say print target, wait, that doesn't make sense. Wait, does it make sense? Wait, I'm missing something here, aren't I? If I point it into the sky, so if I try to keep this around here, oh yeah, look, it's printing. Oh, you're right. So I'm keeping the cursor down here, it's printing it all day. I'm gonna move up to the sky, crash. That is it. Well, what am I supposed to do about that? Well, that's an interesting problem. I mean, I guess I could parse this. I could keep this as super long, and we could parse it later. And we'll have like this if it's equal to self. So here we're in the sky. It doesn't have collider stuff. Maybe that's fine. And let me see if I can get this. So I'm not going to print it. Instead, let me try the messenger bit, which doesn't seem to be working, by the way. Object hovered, emit target. Come to the messenger. Object hovered. Make sure I spelled all that right. Object hovered, emit target. And if I come to the health, object hovered, target, print target, it's not doing that, that's for sure. It ain't printing nothing. So I'm certainly doing something wrong here. And maybe it has to do with the fact that it can't find this target. I'm surprised like there's not like an error somewhere. Like otherwise, how do I know what the issue is? I guess I could do like a... Yeah. It's just not communicating. I kind of thought that would work. Signal body damage, signal object hovered. It's called messenger. Got messenger. Object hovered. And we want to emit it with the target information. I mean, just out of curiosity. Hey, what's up, May? Bit of a shameless question, but are you in Hyper Game Dev's Discord? I'm new to programming in general, and even Godot is kind of daunting to me. Oh yeah, join up. Yeah, it's a nice place. We got some stuff. We got some friendly things. I come respond to everything I can. Thank you for lurking, May. I appreciate it. You're scared of being overly reliant on tutorials. Yeah, I feel that. I mean, for me, I would say, use them if you want. But like kind of where I run into problems is like a tutorial will teach me something that is like so specific that it doesn't necessarily like maybe 50% of the code in a tutorial is relevant to what I'm doing, but the other 50% is irrelevant. And so like trying to parse that out can be a little confusing. And so I end up with all this extra stuff that I don't need. And then, maybe even that thing that I was doing is not necessarily even the best way to solve the problem or even a good way to solve the problem. but it does solve the problem, which sometimes is good enough. So, I mean, I feel you. At the same time, tutorials can help me, like, even get moving forward at all, which is nice. But yeah, I can understand that. And I'm really glad that, you know, yeah, you're learning along with us here. I appreciate that, May. Thanks for saying so. And I always appreciate lurkers so very much. No disrespect for that. Lurkers make things happen. Like people who are just hanging out and watching, that's a big deal. Thank you for doing that. Truly. You probably need to check if the collider exists in the first place. Right. Google says raycast result has collider, returns true if collider exists and false otherwise. Whoa. Raycast result has collider. Is this a thing? I think it'll just do it. I feel it'll just do it. Has collider. Return raycast has collider. I'm kind of curious to know if this is enough. And then we'll just comment this out for now and say print target. And there's not a lot of people, May, out there who are just like live streaming themselves being a noob. So, I mean, oh, it's just reporting true or false. I see. So I appreciate that you're here. So we want to actually say, because, you know, I don't find as much value myself when I watch live streamers who do know what they're doing, right? Because I'm just like, wow, you're just, oh my God. Okay. All right. Wow. Wow. Yeah. Yep. You did that. Okay. So I'm glad I'm in good company. You'll check it if it has it, then return raycast collider. Else, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes way more sense. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. If raycast result, now I gotta remember what that was. They do stuff too fast and I don't get it. Yeah. For them, it's a really tiny thing, but for me, it's a massive, huge thing I don't understand. Oh my gosh. Thank you for telling me that because, you know, sometimes I feel like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm out here sharing myself, like not knowing every little thing. But it makes it all the more motivating for me to know that that's helpful for somebody to see that struggle. Not only just see that struggle, but to see the little steps being regarded as big steps. Nice. That's really helpful. Like to just think about the stuff I want to do on this channel and how I want to be able to help others. Because I can't sit down and be like, hey guys, here's how you do this. Here's how you do that. I can't do that. But, you know, I still want to be able to help in some way. And knowing that me struggling through the little things is a way to help is awesome. I'm right now I'm experimenting with pulling out little things as shorts. I've only got one so far, but I'm gonna work on more. I'm just trying to like more and more figure out ways to really focus in on what is it that can be helpful, that I'm actually able to produce. Sharing yourself in a sort of vulnerable state where you're still a beginner is respectable. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. I agree only because I don't really see it that often, and if I did, I think I would have the same thought. I think I would have the same thought, yeah. Especially when everybody else is an expert, it seems like. I just, you know, I just want to get things done. I want to get things done, and I want to learn, and I want to not do it by myself, you know? And, you know, if someone doesn't like that, fine. Let them. That this is my journey, this is our journey, and this is not their journey. This is not their journey if they don't have the time for someone being not good enough. It's not for them. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think people who are super experienced eventually come to a spot where they're out of touch with what it's like to be new. That's what makes teaching difficult. Wow. You know, I think about that sometimes. Like, I don't think I'll ever get there. Honestly, I don't think I'll ever get there because I like learning new things. I like pushing myself to learn new things. But then again, I have experienced that before where I got really good at something and I wasn't necessarily at that beginning phase anymore. But I love being in this space of learning something new. So if it's not this, it'll be something else. It'll be something else, game dev. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's true. My problem is I hate learning. You're trying to teach yourself to like it. Interesting. Interesting. I do want to apologize. I see if you see the stream brushing, bruff. That's a harder word to say than I thought. If you see the stream buffering, I apologize. I apologize for the stream buffering. I have internet problems. I don't know why I have internet problems. I've done a lot to try to solve those problems, and none of them have worked. So, but it's something I am working on, and I am noticing. So this kind of goes through some bouts. It usually resolves itself, but just be aware that it will do that sometimes. I'm going to have some home automation people come by and look at it, because the internet service provider people, those technicians, apparently they're not troubleshooters. They don't know how to problem solve. They're just like, I can give you a new modem. I can put new wiring in the back. And it's like, okay, but that's not the problem. It's all good. I appreciate you saying that. Because it gives me a lot of anxiety that the internet goes bad. That's interesting that you hate learning. I understand that. Like, I've got ADHD, and it is kind of weird that I even want to learn. Well, it's like I like learning, but I have a hard time motivating myself to learn. And that's what doing the live streaming does. The live streaming motivates me to sit down and do the learning, basically. Because it's hard for me to be motivated to do it otherwise. Find a job in IT? Yeah, why not? Get some hands-on experience. And there's so many different kinds of IT jobs. Because that'll provide you external motivation, right? That'll give you a reason to get your hands dirty and learn stuff. And that's, for me, that's live streaming. And totally, having a job could be that motivation to push through that hill or over that hill of learning, for sure. Possible undiagnosed ADHD, and you kind of botched through high school. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. It can be hard to get diagnosed, especially depending on different demographics and stuff. Like, you know, if you're someone people see as a man or a woman, or you're someone who seems smart, or if you get by, they're like, you're fine. You know, if you're not hyperactive versus being more calm, they're like, oh, you're calm. You don't have ADHD. Like, not exactly what it means, but troubleshooting really upsets you. Yeah. It's understandable. It's relatable. Like, yeah, doing it off stream, very stressful for me. Doing it on stream, it provides this like constant motivation. Like, I'm here, we're creating this video, someone's gonna watch it. I want it to be coherent, therefore I gotta keep pressing on forward. And it works for me. Having the pressure of a job can definitely do that. Let me see. Sometimes raycast results don't have a collider property. Oh yeah, so we're saying if raycast result, and then I wanted to find exactly what that was. If I remember what that was. what you said. Google says raycast result has collider. Got it. Raycast result dot has collider. I like the has. It's very readable. Then return raycast result collider. Gotcha. And now it'll print that target whether or not we point at the sky. Null. So now it's just null. Beautiful. Yay! Nice fix. Well done, Psychonic. So if you have something you're detecting, a specific property that you're looking for, and that property may not always be there, using the has method, we can set up this condition that only allows that to be true if that property is available. And if it's not, it'll just return null. In this case, I'm trying to detect objects that are all around. But when I go to detect the sky, we get a crash. Now that we have that condition of has in there, when I go in the sky, it reports null. And it doesn't crash. Very handy. Nice, Psychonic. That's why you're working on art and game dev, because you want to show people, if I can do it, you can do it. Hell yes! Yes! Absolutely! I know that's right. I know that's right. That's inspiring. That's incredibly inspiring. You got this. And sometimes it'll be hard. And sometimes it'll be hard. But that's the point. That's the point. All right, so we got that much working. That's wonderful. That's good. Let me make a GitHub commit. This seems like a point for a GitHub commit. So let me do that. The repo is public. You can access it in the description box below. I still need to push it. I'll do that now. So if you want to see what we're working on, have at it. Okay, so we're going to say we've added a raycast that reports, added a raycast for cursor. And then raycast reports what nodes are seen, unless no node is seen. Began setting up way for health/meat, or we'll say health class, to read these values. All right. Oh, also fixed ground collision to be detectable on all terrain blocks. Okay. So then let me commit it. And then I'm going to push it. So now, once this is done here, the repo will be up to date. All right. Now, now, if I want to get this information on the health script, this is where I'm having some problems, but maybe I can figure it out. I'm going to comment out the printing happening here. We know this works. This is the camera 3D node, where the raycast lives and where it reports the information about what it's seeing. So from here, instead of printing it, what I'd like to do is communicate with this messenger bus that's floating up in the sky. So it's this script, this singleton autoload that exists outside the main scene. There's the main scene. And then we have this messenger that we added as an autoload. And on that messenger script, I've created a signal called object hovered. And if I come back to the camera here, I am saying in the process, this ray is being shot. It's finding all the information. Messenger, right? So I'll type it so it gets the autocomplete. Messenger. So we're calling that script, that autoload. Specifically, I want to say object hovered. So we're looking at that signal, object hovered. And I want to emit that signal. And I want it to receive the target. That is to say, that which we were just printing. I want that to get sent out. Psychonic Joe says, I have to go now, sadly. Good luck with the grabbing mechanics. Thanks, Psychonic. Thank you for your help. You've been so helpful. Thank you. It's been a pleasure, as always. Hope your day and all of that is good. The things that you're up to and whatnot. Take good care. I'll see you next time. Psychonic Joe, everybody. I want to play people out with applause. I used to use sound effects back in the day, like a soundboard. But then I reset my computer and I didn't have the sounds anymore. And I was like, you know what? I feel like those sounds were kind of overkill. But maybe people deserve some applause. Maybe y'all deserve applause. We'll see. All right, so we've got that. Now, if I come to the health script where I want to receive that message, I'm creating a function, and it's called object hovered. And this object hovered should be pointing to that autoload script. I don't think it'll autocomplete it, though. I don't know if this will work. And then I'm specifically looking for the argument target. And then I want to say print that target. Now, this is not working. This is currently not working. So I'm doing something wrong here. So nothing is getting printed into the output down there. So I'm doing something wrong. Now, the reason why I think this works, or this could work, is because we're doing this in reverse order already. So, for example, on this script, this is the health script. So this is the script on health objects. We have, just like back on the raycast script, we have messenger.healthDetected emit, in this case, body part area, which is something that's being defined over here. That is to say, sort of like the target that we have back on the raycast. This is the same kind of information, except it's a different information. And so this is being sent, same thing, it's calling messenger, specifically emitting the signal that exists on the messenger script, health detected. And then we have another script somewhere else. This is the body part script. This is a script that's on every body part. And here, we've got function health detected. So same kind of thing, setting up a function. Doesn't really autocomplete there either. And this is calling that autoload. So that signal that we create back on the autoload, this should be establishing that function. Ah, guys, I see what I did wrong. Do you see what I did wrong? I see what I did wrong. Okay, so let me keep going, and then this is what I did wrong. So this function, how does it know what this is? Just because it's on the messenger script, which is an autoload, that's not enough for it to know that the signal can be called as a function. Even though we can send messages to it via emission, that doesn't mean we can receive stuff from it in one line. So what I have to do, and what I did on the body part, thanks to the help of y'all, is in the ready function, I have to connect that. So I have to say messenger health detected. That's the signal that's on the messenger. I have to connect it with this health collected function. Now I can create the function here. So this is what I have to do on the other script. So I'm going to come back to the health script. Object hovered. We don't even want to say that. I want to say health hovered here. And in the ready, I want to say messenger object hovered connect, and specifically to this function down here, health hovered, because we haven't declared it anywhere. I'm surprised that's not like an error, but I guess they just think, oh, you're creating a function. You're creating a function. And here we want to point to that function. So we're connecting object hovered from the messenger to health hovered. And now, I think it'll work. I think we're going to see prints in the output. And we do! Let's go! So now it's printing just like we had it printing on the raycast script. Now it's printing from the health script. Now, why is this significant? Because now I can say if target is set to self, so that is to say, if I'm the node that is being seen, then maybe I'll say print target. I've obviously messed this up somehow. Nope, we didn't. Print target. So only print the target if the object that has the script on it is the one that's being seen. So we shouldn't see anything here. Nothing is seen. The only things that should be seen are those health objects. So there's one. It prints it! Let's go. Awesome. So now it knows when it's being hovered. All right, this is great. I love it. Let's go. Again, just couldn't have gotten here without the help of developers in the chat coming through and being supportive. Could not have done it without y'all. What the heck? All right. So now I don't just want to print, I want it to do something. So if target is self, I want it to change its color, like highlight it. I'm not exactly sure how to do that, but how hard can it be? So we did learn a trick from GWiz once, who came through the chat for a game jam. GWiz did the tutorial that I showed earlier for the mouse pointer stuff. And that, I don't remember, but I do have the code for it. I can go look for it, and we can find out what that was. But let me see if I can piece it together otherwise. So right now, the color of this is being determined here by this albedo property. Could I, like, drag that into the script? Would that, like, work if I just, like, did that? Surface material override. Nice. I don't... Can you drop maybe... And what if I even just say, like, the color by itself? Albedo color. Surface material override, albedo color. So I wonder if I say... And can I even drag the color in here? Okay, we can't. I don't know if this will work. I'm just kind of curious. If I say surface material override, albedo color... Surface override not declared. Okay, so it definitely doesn't know what that means. I mean, This technically isn't on a mesh instance, to be fair. So I guess that kind of makes sense. The script is on an area 3D node, and then there's a child on here. So I could say maybe meet object, and then I'm going to make that as a unique name, which means if I make that as a unique name, it's going to get this little percent sign by it, which means I don't know that I really need to do that, if I'm being honest. Yeah, maybe I won't do that. I'm going to revoke unique name. I don't think I need to do that, so let's not worry about that. So I'm just going to drag this in here. So ideally, this is not ideal because it'll only work if there's a meet object in here. So I don't know if I should do it this way, but it is the way I'm doing it right now. So if I say that, and then I say dot surface material override, does that do something or no? I mean, it's not telling me I can't do it. This is not gonna work. There's just no way this is allowed. Blue not declared. Did you mean to use blue? Did I mean to use blue with all caps? Did I? I don't think I did. I think we're just guessing too much. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna save this, and I'm gonna open up my previous project where we had gotten a suggestion of how to do this. This was during a game jam. Which game jam? They're all just named jam. That's not specific. Maybe this one? I have no idea which one it's going to be. We'll just have to see. At least Godot loads quickly. So we'll figure this out soon enough. Yeah, this is the one. Nice. So here we can hover over these. You can see the color is changing. Now this is with a control node, so that's very different. But it seemed like a nice universal way to change colors. Here, self-modulate. Oh, so the self-modulate is only on canvas items, which is a control node thing. So actually, I don't think this will work. It has to only be on canvas items. So self-modulate is not going to work. So we're going to look it up. The experts are not in the chat, and that's all right. So we're going to look it up. I'm going to say GDScript change albedo mesh instance. How can you change an object using GDScript? This is 2019, so that's important to keep in mind. What is this? Oh, they changed it or something? What is this? What the heck? I like to change the color. System. Thanks for your response. My mesh is to... Wait, what? Where are the answers? I don't like this website. I don't know when this... I don't like it. I would use the albedo care of a mesh instances material while the program is running. A variable new color, mesh instance, get surface material. New albedo color. This one's a little messy. Let's see if we can get a more particular response. Change to mesh color, all instances. Change color of a mesh instance. 2018? How to change 3D mesh texture at runtime. Let's check this one out. This is from VG Deal. No sound. So we gotta just kind of follow what they're doing. Oh, so this is for like a texture. I want to change a color, not a texture. Now, if you think about it, it's a little arbitrary because it's probably going to be something different someday anyway. Maybe. I don't know. It might actually be the same. We'll see. Function set texture on mesh. How to change materials in a single instance. It's kind of answering questions I'm not asking for. Change color of mesh instance. You can use material override property of mesh instance and the albedo color. It's very bright. It's very bright. The example below changes the color of the mesh instance to a shade of orange. First, make a new spatial material and assign it a name. Oh, so we have to like create. What if it already has a material? Material override property and the albedo color property. So we kind of had that. But I don't know if I was formatting it correctly. Variable new material equals spatial material. So let's try this. This might work. I'm going to say in the health script, wherever that is now. Oh, we're in the wrong I was like, this project, I think my project got deleted. No, it's just the wrong project. Okay, correct project now. I'm going to create a variable for the material hover, the hover material. Okay, here we are. So I'm going to say variable hover material. Spatial material new. Make a new spatial material. Let's just try this. Let's see what this does. New material albedo color. And this is supposed to be in the ready function. Oh. Okay. I was like, we can't be doing stuff like this in outside of a function. New material albedo color, and then we can set the color. This one is orange. That's fine. And then we'll say mesh instance material override equals new material. Oh, this is pretty simple. This is pretty simple. If target self. And then we'll have to define meet object here. Identify spatial material not declared in the current scope. This might be like an old thing. I wonder if we want to say, if I come to this here, maybe we want a standard material. Standard material 3D. Let's try that. See if that works. Identify new material not declared. Oh, we want to say hover material. My bad. Hover material. And then same down here. Hover material. It's the problem with copying code sometimes. I change some of it. And it's different. Hover material not declared. Oh, but that should be... Oh, okay. So I don't think we want this in the ready function. We want this out here. Yeah, we do want this out here. And then in the ready function, we're setting that color. Okay, let's try this. This feels like a weird way to do it, but what if it works? Oh, well, it definitely saw us hover it, but then it ran something that didn't work. Material override. Well, what about the surface? So it seemed like if we said surface override material, set surface override material. And this is sometimes what's frustrating about finding answers to questions and stuff, especially with game engines when they're changing a lot. Sometimes the syntax is different, and sometimes just the situation is different too. Oh, set service material override. Attempt to call function set service override material in base null instance on a null instance. Okay. Okay. What if we don't do any of this? What if we get rid of all of this? I mean, that's hard coding it. What if we say, what if we just make the color the variable? And then we say this is hover material. I feel like we need to specify albedo somewhere. Like we're missing the albedo part. I think that's got to be a part of the problem. Because otherwise, how's it going to know what the color should be? Oh, interesting. There's the color. That's interesting. Invalid call to function set service override in base. Expected 2 arguments. Okay, so let's look at set surface override. Set surface. Here it is. Set surface override material. It's looking for an integer and a material. So we need to be more specific here. Can we say albedo color? Oh, I don't know. Because if I grab this and drag this in here, it serves me to override albedo color. And then can we say hover material? Okay, it allows it, but I don't know if it'll work. Does not work. Non-existent function albedo color. Okay. Let me search for albedo in the documentation. Sometimes, you know, it's great having people help, but it's helpful too to just like be forced to find the answer myself. So I appreciate these moments where I have to do this. Here's albedo color. Material. Resource object. That's interesting. This is fog material. I mean, none of these are specifically a mesh instance, but I have a feeling that this object would work. The material's base color. And it's just looking for color. Set albedo. And then a value. Let me try that. I mean, what if it's that simple? Maybe it's just that simple. Meet object. Now it's not coming up. We do have set service override material. Still not getting any set albedo autocomplete. I wonder if, let me look up that in documentation specifically. Or just online. GD script. Was that, is it set albedo color? Just set albedo. Okay. Change the albedo color of a surface shader. I guess that's kind of what we're doing, yeah. That's kind of what I'm trying to do. You need to make a new, oh, there's shared resource. You need to make a new material. So we do have to make that new material. So this is that same advice. We do have to make that new material. All right, so let's go back to doing that. Now, when I did the spatial material thing, it was like, it kind of told us, that's not a thing. I don't know what that means. Identify spatial material not declared. Did you mean to use standard material? I did! I did mean to say that. That is what I meant to say. Thank you, error. Okay, good sign. That's a good sign. So we're creating a new standard material 3D here. We have to do that. Because otherwise it's gonna... It just has to be a new one. I was thinking it might replace all of them. So like we're looking at, when we load the game, there's like a bunch of healths. Like there's one here, there's one back there. If we don't create a new one, I think in theory it would change all of them. But if we create a new one, it'll just change that one, at least. And then maybe we should go back to, in the ready function, maybe. New material, set albedo color. Okay, so we can do that. And this is hover material. And then we can put our color back in here. Good, good. Mesh instance dot set. Now this is kind of a little different. Set material /0 would never have figured that out. I mean, obviously we did, but we'll see if it works. Hover material. All right, let's see if it works before I try to learn what it is. I'm optimistic. Okay, well, it didn't crash, but there's no color change. So we're not doing something... Oh, there it goes. I was going to say we're not doing something we're not supposed to, but it took a few tries for it to crash. Cannot call method set on a null value. So maybe we have to say meet object on a null value. Oh, I know why. Because I only put the meet object on this one shape. So over here on the other health pickup, there is no meet object. Hence why I didn't necessarily want to do it that way. So we're going to call this meet object. Now that won't happen. Now the color isn't changing, but it isn't going to give us errors. So that's good. Okay, getting somewhere here. So maybe there's something wrong with this color. I mean, what if I just say orange? Doesn't like that. So we're doing set albedo. Albedo color. So what do I even put here? It says default color 111. I mean, that... Okay, what if I just make it 20? I don't know. I'm just putting a number in there. Nothing happens. 20, 20, 20. Doesn't like that. Color 20, 20, 20. In the year 2020. Okay. Not seeing anything change. It's interesting that we're not running into any issue. I wonder if... What if we just say meet object hover material? Since set albedo is already a part of hover material? Okay, no. No, that didn't work. Maybe what we want to say, no, is like albedo color. It's tricky stuff for me. It's tricky stuff for me. Albedo is called as a function, but is a color. I see. So we do want to say set albedo. That is correct. So why doesn't it change? Hey, what's up, Stormrun? What am I working on now? Something I shouldn't be because I don't know how to do it. No, I'm just kidding. I should be. Well, all the experts have left, which is fine. No problem there. It just means I gotta do my best. So what I'm trying to do is set it so that when I hover over these red orbs up here, they change color. Now, I've already got it set up so it knows when I hover them. So I can have it print its name when we hover over it. So that much I've got. So it's going to do that. You'll see in the output, it prints out the name of it. Whenever I start hovering over it, we get some prints. So that much works. However, what I want to do now is get it to change its color. And I've got the code set up enough that it doesn't cause it to give me an error when I hover over it. But the color doesn't actually change. Let me see if maybe I need to understand the set better. Property string name. So the property assigns value to the given property. If the property does not exist or the given value's type doesn't match, nothing happens. So that must be it. One of these two things isn't right. The property either doesn't exist or the given value's type doesn't match. So yeah, I'm just trying to problem solve that right now so we can get that color to change. I'll be very happy if we can do that much. That might be as much as I can do on my own, but we'll see. So this I got from, some question someone asked. I simply want to change the colors of the albedo to differentiate characters. When I try to change albedo color, it changes it for all. Right. So we don't even have that much figured out. But material/0. So I think maybe that's what we need to... What does material/0 mean? We need to figure out what the property is. So I think I want to say set albedo color. Maybe that's the match that it's looking for? Maybe? Oops. Okay. Still nothing, so either it's frustrating because I don't know at what point it's failing. I guess what I could do, I wonder if I could say, like, print the information here so I could figure out what that property name is. And then the second value for set is the variant. So what the color should be. And if I'm saying it's the the variable that I created. The variable is set albedo color. So yeah, that's why I just feel like, why can't I just... Like, wouldn't I want to just have the variable be the color? Right, but it's because it's the standard material that we have to create a standard material and set the albedo of the standard material to that color. And then somehow define that new, say that now we have that new material that we created. I'm just so confused. I'm very confused. So I gotta keep looking. I gotta look for the solution. By the way, Stormrun, I don't know if you know this, but earlier, one of your cats sent a message to the chat. I did have a conversation with your cat. I made sure to let it know that if it has any advice about how we can do something, that would be fine. If not, that's okay too. But yeah, this message was literally sent to us from one of your cats. So your cats are very engaged chatters here on the stream. Appreciate that. All right, let's keep looking for other solutions. So I want to say, not just set albedo. We should kind of, you know what? I might chat GPT it. That's what Stormrun would say. Storm would say we should chat GPT it. I think this is a great time to ask chat GPT what to do. You're wondering why a game was running when I got back. Oh my gosh, they're playing games. They be typing. They're like, this has my human smell all over it. I must add my smell. It must become a part of this. All right, I'm setting up ChatGPT. I think we can actually log in this time. All right, ChatGPT, help me. In dark mode. Oh, come on, man. What? I didn't even know it came in light mode. Since when? What kind of feature is that? Horrible. Okay, here we go. I found it. Brutality. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to say, fix my code so the albedo color changes correctly. All right, here we go. It looks like you're trying to change the albedo color. Wait, hold on, let me read. Of a meat object. That's correct. That's absolutely correct. When the health object is hovered. That's right. The issue here is that you are using set albedo color hover material. But the correct method to change the albedo color of a material is to use set albedo color method. Here's the corrected code. In this corrected code, I replaced meat object set albedo color hover material with meat object set albedo. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. This should set the albedo color of meat object to the albedo color of hover material. That makes sense. All right, well, I'm just going to do it. So down here, we want to say set albedo color. And then do we keep everything else the same? No. Hover material dot get albedo. Whoa. All right, I guess I'll just copy this line. All right, ChatGPT, we'll just copy and paste it. I wish ChatGPT could do Unreal Engine stuff. Oh, like blueprints? Yeah. It could do C++. You know, it does. I did use it for blueprints once in a while. Oh gosh, auto wrap problems. But it wasn't often successful. But it could like instruct me how to hook things up. Well, non-existent function. Set albedo color. You know, Stormrun, be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for. Non-existent function set albedo color in mesh instance 3D. Okay. Well, I would think we have to say surface, get surface override material and then set albedo from that. Somehow. I'm not sure exactly how to say that. But that's what I would guess. Do you already have a material? Good question. I should, yes. Indeed, I should. Invalid get index service override material. Okay, fine. Right, because that's not even showing up as a thing here. So yeah, so what I did, and I did this following some instructions. What I did was I set up a variable called hover material, and in there we have standard material 3D new. So what this will do is create a new material when this variable is called. It'll create a new material. In my ready function, I'm saying set the albedo of that new material to this color, whatever this color is. Not a very good color. I should get a different color. I had a different color. Let me bring it back. Okay. So it should be setting it at the beginning to the albedo to this color. In theory, I am not getting any errors. And this is what some random response online said to do in someone else's situation. And then down here, I'm looking at the object and I'm saying, according to ChatGPT, set albedo color to the hover material and also get albedo. But it seems to not be understanding this fundamentally. So I'm going to tell ChatGPT the error that I got and see if it has any ideas based on that. Non-existent function set albedo color in base mesh instance 3D. When I use this code, here is the error I get. Wait, let me tell you the error first. Stop. Wait. I guess I didn't need to explain that to ChatGPT. It seems there was a misunderstanding. The mesh instance 3D does not have a direct set albedo color function. Instead, you should set the material of mesh instance 3D to achieve the desired effect. In this code, I'm using material override to set the material of the mesh instance 3D to hover material. This assumes that mean object is a mesh instance 3D. All right, we're just gonna copy. We're gonna copy the entire code and slap it on here. Hey DNF, thank you for the thumbs up and thank you for the well wish. I hope you are doing well. Thank you for stopping in. Good evening to you, DNF. I am currently working on this game that I've been working on. Oh, it changes the color. It works. Let's go, ChatGPT. We're gonna have to study what ChatGPT did. ChatGPT figured it out. Let's go. We're ChatGPT coders. You're great. Let's go. I'm doing really well. Thanks for asking. Yeah. I have been working on this survival runner game. It's a game based on the idea that limbs can get damaged and that affects your gameplay. Funny you ask about my arm, because that is very much inspiration for this game. My arm's doing better. It's doing better. I mean, it still feels like I had surgery recently, which I very much did. And, you know, I think I've been overdoing it. I haven't been using my arm sling enough, and it's causing me a little grief. But I've been doing physical therapy. So we're good. Basically, about 11, 12 years ago, if you didn't know this, I fell while I was hiking. I was alone, which isn't a good idea. And I fully dislocated my shoulder. I was trapped in this like ravine. It was horrible. It was like this awful survival situation. Luckily, somebody was hiking in the area at that time, and so they heard me and was able to call for help, and I got rescued. But I got a little obsessed with that experience of being in like this survival situation, and I wanted to make a survival game out of it. Like 127 hours, man. Luckily, I didn't have to saw anything off. So, dude, I love that story. That story is amazing. I haven't seen the movie, but I want to. Um, yeah, I actually tried to write it as a screenplay and a play and a novella, but a game kind of was the most interesting way to explore it to me. And so that was a game I came up with called Survive Escape, but it's such a big game. It's such a big game. Like I wanted to have like very realistic like survival mechanics, including limb damage. And I realized that it was going to take me way too long to try to make that game for my first game, make a dream game as my first game. Hell no. So what I'm doing now is I'm just taking components of that game idea, for example, limb damage, and that affecting gameplay in a meaningful way, and I'm making a small game based on that. And then, I'll make another game that's based on a different mechanic, like realistic weather conditions. I don't know. I'll make another game based on that. And then someday I'll have made all these games that have all those mechanics in it, and I can like put it together as one big game, you know, uh, take all the lessons I've learned and make that big game finally. So this is an endless runner game. It's an interesting take on how the mind works. What? Whoa. Like making little pieces to like put the bigger pieces together to make like a big thing. I like that. Um so this is about an alien invading Earth, and the aliens survive uh, on meat, and they're invading Earth to get some meat. And so they have these limbs, these arms and legs that they can regenerate, but only if they eat meat. And so right now I'm running into these trees, and these obstacles are damaging my limbs. And if it goes to zero, the limb, right now it just disappears. Although if you lose both of your legs, you do fall down, which is pretty cool. And and so if you're playing this game and you want to regenerate your limbs, you're going to need to collect meat. And right now that's just represented by these red spheres. Ultimately, what I want to achieve today is that you can actually grab those spheres and apply them to the body part that you want to heal. Because ideally, I would want those to be like people or animals, and you can grab them and eat them and then apply them to a certain body part. Does it go faster by itself, or is there a slow down or speed up button? Yeah, so if you see on the keyboard there, this is by far the most common question that I get when I'm playing this. And I love that because it's so helpful as far as feedback goes. And it makes me think I need to prioritize animation, because what I imagine is that getting leg running animations will kind of explain that. But yeah, so when I press W, it goes faster. And I don't really necessarily need that, but I imagined that could be like a speedrunner mechanic. So if you want to hurry up and like get through the level faster and you think you can do it without getting hit, you can press forward and it runs faster. I don't know if I'll keep it, but it's a prototype, so it's there. But in theory, the character would like start running faster when we press forward and it speeds up. So that's kind of the idea with that. And yeah, maybe you get an amplified score. Exactly, May. Exactly. Risk for reward. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I still haven't kind of figured out how to calculate that. Like, will there be like, what I'm thinking is maybe at the end of a level or something, there'll be like a time bonus. And if you do it quicker, you get like a higher score. Something like that, yeah. I saw the W being pressed and it didn't register that you weren't just moving in 3D space. Yeah. It's a little confusing. I'm hoping that a running animation will help. You know what might also help too is if the character moves forward a little bit, you know, or like the camera. Ooh, what if the camera like zoomed out a little bit whenever you do that? That would actually be awesome. What about an instant death thing? Yeah, totally. So, yeah, I have so many thoughts like that. So, for example, there would be like different enemy types. Uh, I'm imagining there's gonna be like, you know, just regular people who have guns or not. There's gonna be like police. There's gonna be military, right? There's gonna be tanks. There's gonna be helicopters. And so maybe there's like, you know, if a tank hits you or something, right? That would be like instant death. And so the way that you die also is your body taking damage. And actually, it kind of works out because, well, it doesn't really. Uh, you have to lose all your limbs first. And then if you lose your body, we just fall into oblivion and you die. But the idea is that your body is your perma health. So you can regenerate your limbs, but if your body reaches 0, then you die. So that's, and then yeah, there'll be certain enemies that do like more damage and could like instantly kill you for sure. Yeah. You know, and so a lot of this is very down the line stuff, but a little bit at a time, we're getting there with the help of people in the chat. Amazing people come through here and join the team by just like giving their awesome advice and their thoughts and sharing ideas, and it all helps so much. So this game might come together quicker than I even imagine, which is exciting. Camera shake, yeah, all that stuff would really help. I should start thinking about that sooner than later. Maybe there can be things that target your body and you can dodge with your limbs. Exactly. Yes. Yes, exactly. So, and I'm thinking like, you know, you can like block. So if it's like coming for your body, you could like sacrifice damage to your arm to like block the whatever is coming for you. And then, you know, I would love for there to be like perks and like I want it to have like rogue-lite features. So like you could actually, you know, design your character, your players, your play style. You could design your play style a little bit. And maybe you have like dodge chance or something. And then yeah, if the limbs, cuz the limbs, I mean, they're supposed to be wobbly, right? They're supposed to be wobbly. A dodge button. Yeah, maybe like you only get it if you have a certain buff or a perk or something, you know? So I really want like all these interesting ways and to like be able to play the game and play it differently. And you know, I realize that I can't really, I am trying to imagine that stuff, and you guys giving suggestion helps a lot with that. And I know that I can't implement that stuff until, you know, I have some of the basics there. And it's like, okay, now the basics are there. Now can we add perks and buffs and debuffs and all that fun stuff? It's so cool when you guys are inspired because it tells me that there is like a game here. Let me make sure I at least write these ideas down. So we've got, I mean, I've definitely planned for some of these things, but it's good to write them down. DNF dead, instant death. May, dodging, May slash storm, dodging targeted attacks. I was thinking some like rocket flying at you and then you press whatever at the right time for like 1 second. Yep. And if you miss, it hits. Absolutely. Yeah, totally. Either limb dodging or quick time event dodging. Yeah, totally. I agree that these would be very fun things to put in here. And then, yeah, I mean, a lot of these, again, already planning, but risk versus reward, it's helpful to, like, because, like, if you guys say it, it's like, okay, there's a vote in favor of this feature being in there. Risk versus reward, less time, more points, stuff like that. And it might even be like you get other bonuses too, you know? Something like that. All right. So then what I'm doing now is I'm trying to find a way to have the health pickups, because I don't want the health pickups to be something you collide into to choose which body part to heal. I don't like that. I don't want that to be the way it is. What I want to be is that you click on these, and then when you click on them, then you can drag it to the body part that you want to heal. And when you let go above the body part you want to heal, it'll heal that body part. That's the ideal mechanic. But I'm not going to get that today. There is a 0% chance I get that. But I'm just doing little baby steps. So I've got it now where I can at least hover over these and they change color. So that's a big win that just happened. So we finally got there today. And I'm already seeing some things that I want to fix, which is I want the original color to go back, right? So when I let off of it, I want the color to go back. First of all, I don't know why it's black, but so that's an interesting problem. It shouldn't be black. And then when we pull off of it, it should unhighlight. In terms of getting like a click, you know, so that would be the next step. I think the next step would be when we hover it, it changes color. When we come off, the color goes back. When I hover it and I click, I want it to change to another color. And then again, I can let go, it goes back to hover, or I can, you know, unhover it and it goes back to normal. So those are kind of the steps that I'm looking at next. How we doing on time? We're probably doing great on time. Oh my gosh, we got so much time to do all this stuff. That's totally May's idea. Yeah, for sure. May dash and target attacks, or all right. Keep it all tracked. Keep it all tracked. And that's some credits worthy stuff too. That stuff goes into credits too. I go through here and I'll look through all the names, make sure I keep those in there as people who are helping to conceive the game. And cheering along the way. That means a lot to me. Black is no material. Oh, maybe you're right. So it may be unsetting the material. Maybe. I wonder. I mean, in Godot, you know, they have like the default like white kind of gray color. So I wonder if that's actually it, but I don't know. I don't know. Looking at this color, 0.2, 0.2, 0.2, that actually looks like that should be black, if I'm being honest with you. What if I do 20? That seems like black. Actually, I don't know why I thought that wouldn't be black. That is definitely black. I don't know what 2020 is. Whoa! That's awesome. Look at that glow! Oh my gosh. And you're telling me that's just RGB? You sure about that? Wait, what are these colors? Godot color. I guess I could look at the documentation. I mean, I would assume that's just RGB. RGB alpha. Right. So we can actually add a fourth one in here. I guess. Oh, it's another argument. Okay. It's kind of interesting. So I guess it's just like the brightness. Usually ranging from 0 to 1. I see. So I think we're just like, we're overkilling it. Colors can be created in various ways. So it's gonna be, I see. I kind of like the glow. Right. Maybe it can glow the original material color, and then when you unhover, it goes back. That way it's very obvious you're hovering. That's actually a good idea. That's actually a really good idea. Okay. I mean, look, and this is just for prototype reasons, right? The colors will be all kinds of different. Like, it'll be a person or a cow or something, you know? So who knows what that highlight's gonna end up looking at? Maybe it would be like something that spawns underneath. I don't know. But for now, for this prototype purpose, this will be fun. So I wonder if I click on this, if Godot will give me the information. Yeah, right here. There we go. 1.2, 3.6. But if I wanted to make it that brightness, I don't even know how I would do that. Well, first of all, I need to get this color, because we have to actually define what color it needs to return to. So we have hover material. I need to say variable default material. And I guess either way, I guess I don't want to call it hover material. I guess I want to call this, no, we do. Okay, no, I do. Variable default material, same thing, standard material, that 3D new. And then I guess in the ready function, I'll say default material set albedo, and then I'm going to want to set it to this color that's already in here, which is 1.2.36. 1.2.36. Now, if I want to make that glow, I would think we just have to, like, multiply it. But I don't know if it's going to work quite that neatly. So what I could also do, potentially, is just, like, do one of these. I don't know if that'll make it glow more, though. Or that'll just make it a brighter color. I like the glow, too. I just don't really understand why it's working. I don't really get why the glow is working. I see that it is. I'm just trying to set it back with Control Z. It's not working well. That's okay. 0.2, 0.36. Like, if I were to come into the raw here and set this to 20, right? Immediately, you can see that glow. Oh, okay. I see. So if we boost this red, so maybe we could say, in Unreal, those input boxes don't like Control Z either, okay? It's expecting too much. It's expecting too much. Very well. Maybe I'll boost it. Even just 2 is pretty bright. So why don't I try that? We'll put that as the new material. It's just 2. Because that's pretty bright. 20 is definitely too bright. 2.2.36. So we're just boosting the red. And we're keeping the others the same. So now it should just glow. Now we don't have the default material being used. So there it glows. It's pretty nice. That's so bright. It's so much glow. It's almost too much glow. I don't know. I kind of want to make it look a little more drab. It just seems like it's not noticeable enough. Oh, but then it's going to be super red. I see. So I should probably make these. I mean, if I just make them all, what if I make them all 1.4? I don't know. We could maybe keep this too. There it glows. It sure do. It's very bright. It's unpleasantly bright. Doesn't seem like we have to go much over 1. It seems like 1 is like the standard color, and then we just go even a little outside of that, and it's like, like super bright. What if I say 0.7 on these? Not even go overboard with it, because we're already setting that to 2. Nice. That's pretty subtle. 1.005. Yeah, let's try that. I also had this set as 2. That's probably why it was still so bright, because I had red set as 2. Yeah, now it's not glowing at all. So let's try 1.1 here. I didn't think about that. That red being higher was overriding the others. See, now it's not glowing at all. Okay, so 1.5 for red should have some glow. 0.7 look good. I thought it had to be over 1 to glow. Yeah, so it does, but the red was higher. Red was 2. That's why it was glowing. Because the red being above 1 was overriding the others not being above 1. It's not bad. And so 0.7 is just kind of muting the other colors a bit. I guess we kind of want to preserve the ratio. I mean, what if I just say this is... I feel like it's just going to be really red if I do this. Oh, it just glows. Yeah, okay. So we need these to be closer. What if this is 0.2? What if this comes down to 0.2? It's a little pedantic, but you know, all the brilliant coders aren't in the house, so I have to occupy myself somehow. And these are just the kind of things I can handle. No. Nice. I like that. Well, it's a little subtle. Let's try 0.5. And then I'm going to bump this up to 0.8. It's pedantic. But I just want to make sure it really looks like we're hovering it. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, cool. Now, somehow I have to unset it when we move the cursor away. So if target is not self, right now we have if target is self. Why is there an and? Oh, wait, this is new. ChatGPT added this. So I think what this is saying, if the target is set to self and the material is not hover material, set the hover material. Interesting, ChatGPT. Okay, so if target is not self and the meet object is set to hover material, then set it to the default material. Looks good, yeah. Okay, I think so. Okay. Yes, let's go. Nice, dude. All right. It's a little bright. I think it's a little too bright, but it's not a big deal. It works. That was quick. ChatGPT really saved me here. That goes to ChatGPT. Okay. I'm just going to turn this brightness down a little bit. All right, so now I want to say if we click on it. So we'll just do another one, I guess. I guess we could add this into if target is self and material override is not hover material. Oh, but we want to say it is over material. So actually, this is a separate one. If target is set to self and the meet object material is hover material, then we want to set it to a new one, which is variable select material, or let's say grab material. Grab is not a great, but I don't care, I like it. Standard material 3D new. No, grab is confusing. We'll say select. Okay. Then we want to change it to our select material. And then I have to define what select material is up here. So I'll copy this, paste it on down. And for this color, I would kind of imagine, I actually think it should get to like a bold red color. So I might want to even say, maybe these are just 0. Maybe we could add a little blue in there. Okay. Let's see if that works. Oh no, it's not gonna work. I forgot. If target self and... Okay, I need to add one more condition in here. If the target is self and meet object material override is set to hover material, and now we need to set up the input. We need to set up the actual clicking. I think I know how to do that. Can I just get input here? I don't know if this will work. This might not work, but I'm gonna try it. Can I just say and input is action pressed grab? Maybe that'll work. Nice. Let's go. We're clicking. Whoa, that didn't unset it. So we're missing a condition. Oh, see? If I click it and I pull away, it stays selected. But if I click it and I let go, it doesn't select it. It doesn't leave it because we don't have a condition for that. This feels messy. I feel like there's an easier way to do this. Like, for example, like we should, yeah, I'm hard coding stuff I shouldn't hard code. What I should do is say variable meet object equals, or meet object meet material. And then select this, since we have this, look at all these times we have this, and it's taking up so much space. I think I should set this to a variable, like that. And then we can just say meet material anywhere. Although, to be fair, I don't really need this up here. I could set this in this function. And then I can just say, and if meet material equals hover material, just to make it a little more readable. It's just looking really messy in here. And I don't love that. And this all might change, honestly, again, you know, because there's going to be animals which are going to have their own textures, you know, and stuff. So I feel like there's a lot here that's going to change. But we can still use meat material. All we'd have to do is come in here and change meat material. And then update what these are. Which should be fine. Okay, that looks a little better. Now I need to say that when we click, so if target is set to self, I don't really know why we have to declare it. I don't really know why. We have to declare it this way and say that if it is set to hover material, I guess that makes sense. If it's not hover material. If it is not hover material, that's what the exclamation point is. Exclamation point equals is not. Make the meat material the hover material. If it's self and it's the hover material, make it the hover material. And it's not the hover material. Okay. If it is not itself and the meat material is set to hover material, then let me put a little condition in. I'm just going to put a comment here. If it's not itself, then it isn't, or let me say this. Self equals hovered. I'm just going to put that little note in here. Just for clarity's sake. Self equals hovered. I mean, I guess I could set that as a variable. If I wanted to make it more readable, we could say variable self or hovered equals self. Just to make it more readable, right? I don't know. Seems a little unnecessary. But it'll save me some confusion. If target is hovered and meat material is not hover material, set meat material to hover material. If target is not hovered and meat material is set to hover material, set the meat material to the default material. So we want to say if it's set to hover material or, I don't know if there's no or here, right? Or select material. And it's not actually going to understand that, is it? Maybe it understands it. Let's see if that works. Okay, that definitely does not work. That or means something else. So I would think, let me just make sure it wasn't broken for some other reason. Oh, some other reason. It might be the self thing. The self might not be working. As much as I would like it to work, I think maybe that doesn't work. Let me put it back. Well, I tried. I'm just gonna mass undo here. Let's see if that fixes it. Oh, it doesn't. Wait, where did we break it? At what point did I break this? Is it when I replaced the meat material stuff? We tested that. Right? Did I? Maybe I didn't actually test that. I guess I should do that. Okay, that works. Okay, never mind. This is why I don't teach. Because I don't know. I wonder why that doesn't work. I mean, I'm willing to accept that it doesn't work. But I kind of wish it did. It just makes it all so much more readable. Whoa. Oh, and that's not even running the code. Invalid get index material override. Oh, jeez. All right. Okay. All right. Never mind. Never mind. I'm sorry. No more readable. No readability for me. Well, I tried. I wonder if we can do the self thing, though. I'm gonna try it. Hovered. Set to self. I thought I knew things. But now I really know. Now I actually know. It's not to say there isn't some way to make it work, and maybe there's, if I just did it, you know, a little differently, it would. Oh, that still works. So actually, we can do the self. The self hovered works. Changing the meat object material override. That's what I can't put in a variable, apparently. It seems like I should be able to. Why can't I? Because it seemed like it couldn't find. I'm kind of curious. Maybe I just did it wrong. I'm trying it one more time. Meat. Because that would just be so nice, as if I didn't have to hard code that. And here, it doesn't give me an error. If I put this up as a main variable, well, it's not giving me an error now. And that's meat material. I'm trying it again. No, I just want to make sure. Yeah, maybe I had like a little typo and I didn't realize it. I'm sure I'll have to undo it. I just betcha. I just do. Oh, there's the error. Invalid get index material override. On base null instance. Let me see if ChatGPT can help. See if ChatGPT can help. Why doesn't meat material work? The issue lies in the way you're trying to update the meat material variable. When you do meat material equals hover material, you're only changing the local variable. Oh. Okay. Is that where the problem is? You're only changing the local variable meat material, not the material override of the meat object. The assignment meat material equals hover material just changes the reference of meat material. Oh. To point to the same object as hover material but doesn't affect material override property of meat object. I see. To achieve the desired effect, you should directly update material override property of meat object. Here's the corrected code. They're just like, yeah, I'm just gonna take that out for you. Yeah, you don't need that, sweetie. Let's just pluck that out of there. Okay, so we can't do it. All right. And if there is a way to do it, I don't know what that is. I suppose what we could do, if I, since the, like, one of the more helpful parts of this is the, like, whatever it is, I could say variable meat equals, and then just drag meat object in here. If I wanted to make it a little better, right? And then I could say meat for each of these. And that would probably work. But what I can't do is have the material override be in there, because otherwise it's going to try to change that thing to what we're saying that it's equal to or something. I don't know. Here. This might not work either, actually. The default value is using this, which won't reach the $sign. Okay, we can't do that. Which won't return nodes in the scene tree before ready is called. Use the onReady annotation to solve this. Oh. It still might not work. I'm just piddling. Experimenting. Learning lessons. Putting my hand on the hot stove. Oh wait, this works. Oh, this works. OnReady does solve that. Sweet. Good. Great. That did work. Now, I'm sure I still can't add in material override in here because that's fundamentally changing too much about it. All right. So now let's try the OR. I'm going to see if the OR works. So we want to say if the target is not hovered and meet material override is set to hover material or select material. Now that we got all that squared away. Then switch it back to default. I don't know if OR is going to do what I want it to. It does not. It breaks the crap out of it. Okay, OR is definitely not going to work. So that would mean I need to do another condition. It feels messy. Like there's got to be some cleaner way to do this. Let's look at all these messy conditions. Maybe I'll write like a comment for each one. If target is hovered, I guess I could just copy this line. And then set this to select instead. And then that should do it. So that'll set it back to default if we're hovering it and we pull off of it. Yep. Nice. Although, you know, ultimately, I'm going to want it to be like, if you're still holding, it actually is going to follow the mouse. That's what I really want. Right? That's like a whole thing. So I kind of want to actually capture and send around this message that it's been released and clicked. So I need to I actually need to do a lot more with this. Okay, so let's think about this. So this right here is saying that it's been hovered. So I'm going to say meet is hovered. That's this one. This one is meet is not hovered. This one, meet is not selected. And this one is meet is selected. So it might make more sense to move this here. Meet is selected, meet is not selected. Meet is hovered, meet is not hovered. And we could also say, I'm going to say, change material. I'm going to make another one, set variable. So I'm going to create some new variables here. variable. And these are something that I want to actually send around and have be picked up elsewhere. I guess we could just send a message. We don't really need to set a variable. We could send a message directly to the messenger. Because I want this information to be known by the rest of the game. So I can move stuff around. So, inform messenger. If I come back to the messenger, which is way over here, we've got a signal for body damage, health detected, object hovered. I'm just going to reorder these a little bit. Let's also say there's a signal for health grabbed and a signal for health released. Now, if I come back to my health script, meat is hovered. We already kind of know when this happens. We know when this happens here, but that's not necessarily known elsewhere. Like, what if I want to show a HUD element that, like, pops up and says, you know, this meat is worth 1 health point, you know, or something. I might want to create a signal for that so that I can put that information somewhere. Maybe I'll do that. I'll worry about that later. We can come back here and update that some other time. Let me put a few more comments around. I'm going to say this is, well, we kind of can see what that is. It's hovering health. We're not using process. Let's get rid of it. We know what that does. Thank you. This is kind of like, we don't really need this, but temporary collidable healing. I'm just leaving this so it exists, but we don't really, we're going to want to get rid of that eventually. This is inform messenger, something is hovered. Really not something. We already have that. That health is hovered. We actually already have that. I'm a little confused. Because would it ever not be health? I don't know. I don't want to think too much about it right now. Set up meat material changes based on player, based on cursor behavior. The thing is meat is not selected. This would kind of be running, let me see this. If I say print meat not selected, is this just going to be firing often? When is this message? I'm looking down at the output to see when it says meat not selected. It doesn't yet. Let me move this up so we can have the full error. Here we go. Okay, anyway. So, it doesn't say meat not selected yet. Oh, the hovering stopped working. How did I break it? Oh, is it because of this? That broke all of it? That broke all of it? Is it because I did all those spaces between the if statements? Oh, no, it's fine. Okay, here we go. All right, so it's working. So it doesn't say meat not selected. If I click it, it doesn't say meat not selected. There it goes. Meat not selected. I see. So you have to still be hovering. Wait. Oh, so that's actually if I'm clicking it and I drag away. So if I click it and drag off of it, now the meat's not selected. But if I click it and let go while I'm on top of it, it says meat not selected, which isn't really true. So we kind of need another one of these. So this is meat not selected when not hovering. Again, you know, there has to be a nicer way to do this. But I'm going to do it this way. Meat is not selected when while hovering. So we would say if the target is hovered and meat material override. I'm surprised that that works. Because, I mean, we kind of don't need to do that. We kind of don't... I'm confused. I mean, if I comment this out. And I click on this. I mean, it unsets it, whether I drag away or not. So I don't really need to have the material unsetting here as well. So I'll get rid of that. It looks like we're getting tons of messages. Because it looks like it continues to be true. If the target is hovered and the meat material override is set to select material. Well, we want to say that it's not set to select material. It's a little confusing. Well, no, the meat isn't selected. So really what we want to say is meat is unselected. So there's just this brief moment where it's hovered. So basically, as long as it's... I don't really know how to say that, how to declare that. I want to say meat is unselected, not selected, but that it's been unselected, right? But see, if I click and let go, nothing happens. If I click and drag and let go, now we get meat not selected. But I want it to give me that information if we're still hovering over top of it. Because otherwise, I won't be able to... I mean, really what it should do is destroy it. It's a little complicated. I almost wonder if I shouldn't worry about that yet. Maybe I just won't worry about that yet. We want to know when it's selected. And let's just go with that for now. I'm going to say meat is selected. And then I'm going to say... Alright, so we want to say change material. Commenting all this. Change material. Change material. Change material. And then for this one, I'll send a message to the messenger. Health grabbed. I don't know about health released yet. Let's just do health grabbed. So health grabbed is where I'm sending the message. So that means I'm going to want to do the emission. So we're going to want to do messenger health detected emit. And I guess I want this to be true or false. Change material. Inform messenger. Health grabbed. Oh, so we're going to want to set a variable, right? So we'll say variable equals, or variable health grabbed. Grab health. We'll just say health, or grab health. I don't really know. I get kind of confused sometimes, like how I should name these things. So we're going to set a health grab variable to true, and then we're going to say health grabbed. It just seems a little redundant, you know? Maybe we could say is grabbed, and then change this to is grabbed. That's less redundant. Variable is grabbed to true. Messenger health grab emit is grabbed. Okay. So now, if I come back to the messenger, we don't need to be here because this is already done. I'm going to want to come to the, well, what do we want to do? What do you want to happen? Well, what I want to happen is that it actually follows your cursor position. And the object itself moves. So maybe we stay on the health script. We actually can possibly stay on the health script. And maybe even we define this variable out here. And say variable is grabbed. Set it to false to start with. And if is grabbed becomes true here, I'll just say update variable, inform messenger, and then further, I want it to actually move the object. So if I say move object, we're going to have to move the whole area as well. So really this isn't just meet. This is meet mesh. So I'm actually going to come down here and update because we're going to have a bunch of messed up things here. We want to say meet mesh, meet mesh, meet mesh. So I'm just updating all these, and then what I'm trying to set up is grabbing this and having it follow the cursor. I want to grab this object, but I don't want it to grab the mesh. I want it to grab the area 3D node that contains the mesh, because otherwise the area 3D won't move with it, and we kind of need it to. Otherwise, it won't know if it's what body part it's supposed to heal. Okay, let's make sure everything works. And then I would say it would be good to do a GitHub push at this point. Or a commit, at least. So let me make sure it still works. Oh, that RNG is keeping them away from me. Okay, everything works. We're good. Hit save. Let's go to GitHub. What have I done? I have meet, highlight, and select. Meet material, highlights, and selects. I don't remember what was the last one? Edit a recast for cursor. Oh, that was a long time ago. All right. So hovering and clicking the health objects / meat causes their colors to change and report whether or not they've been grabbed to the messenger bus. Okay. Good, good, good. Now, if I want to move the entire thing, I'm going to say hovered. So the thing that's hovered, because we've already established hovered is self here. Hovered position. Man, I have no idea how to use this. I guess we want to set position, right? We want to say set position and then vector 3 value. So I'm going to need to get a vector 3 value somehow for the cursor, basically. So we need to define the cursor position, basically. I think we can figure that out, especially since we did the mouse stuff earlier. How hard can it be? Set. Or is that not how you do it? Am I using this correctly? I think that would work. I mean, let's just for the sake of, like, checking that much works. Too few arguments. Yeah. I mean, so if I say vector 3, 1, 1, 1, it should basically, like, disappear or jump somewhere mysterious when we click on it. Nice. Nice. So it moves to 1, 1, 1 relative to its terrain block, which is interesting. So that might be a problem, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. Yeah, we might have to set this outside of the script, because otherwise it might only be relative to the terrain block that it spawns in on, which wouldn't be great. So I might have to set this up somewhere else. I might have to set it up. I actually think I probably should do that. Set it up on the raycast node or the camera. But for now, let's not, so I can see the error in my ways. So the way we would define mouse position over here was mouse pause, get viewport, get mouse position. I mean, I feel like that right there, we can just plug in, probably. So I'm going to come to the health here. I'm going to define mouse position, which we probably only need in this function. I guess I could put it somewhere else. I could define that right here. Variable mouse position. And then we could say set it to mouse position. Will that just work? Well, absolutely not. Can I convert argument 1 from vector 2 to... Oh, it's only 2 vectors because the mouse position is on X and Y. There's no Z. So I guess... fudge. Well, how the flip would I do that? Vector 3 mouse pause X mouse pause Y and then position Z. Is that something that could work? Now, why are we getting an issue down here? Expected else? Oh, this indentation got messed up. How did that happen? Wait, I've done something horrible. I've done something terribly wrong. What happened? Where did it go wrong? Mouse position. This was fine, but it didn't want to convert vector 2 to vector 3. I'm saying vector 3 in here. Oh, I need another parenthesis. That's the problem. There we go. Okay. Something worked, but not what I wanted. I don't think this .x thing worked well. So how would I just say get... Maybe I could say mouse position. Let me see what this get mouse position documentation is like. Returns the mouse position viewport using the coordinate system of this viewport. Right. So how would I just get the X and the Y from that? Because I guess I want to separate it. I want mouse position X and mouse position Y. Let's see if we can look that up. Oh, ChatGPT. Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let's see if ChatGPT can help us with this one. I'm no fool. Okay. Make the mouse position X and Y. Work in the... What is it? In the hovered set position vector 3. Is it gonna understand that? Looks like you want to move hovered object to the current mouse position when it's selected. There are a couple issues. Set position method is not available on the area 3D node. Instead, you should use the translation property. What? To set the position of the 3D object. That's not true. Secondly, you are declaring a new isGrab variable inside health hovered function, which shadows the class level isGrab variable. To avoid this, you should remove variable keyword when updating the... That's not gonna work. That's not what I needed fixed. That's not gonna work. I'm gonna tell you right now, that's not gonna work. I'll paste it. I'll paste it. But I bet you that's not gonna work. Told ya. Yeah, so this is getting some old information. Translation is not a thing. Alright? Leave me alone. So it's not gonna understand set position. So let me just see if we can... Let's try this. Instead of defining mouse position, let me ask this. Pierogigon in this house. Hello, welcome to the Gon. The Gon is here. Did you get moved in? I hope you got moved in. Yeah, Wednesdays and Thursdays. Thursdays are folded in. Tuesdays are not folded in yet, but they will be. We'll get them there eventually. But yeah, Wednesdays and Thursdays, 2 days in a row. This game is gonna get made, dang it. Whatever it takes. How you doing, Rogie? Hope you're doing well. I'm doing a lot of things, but specifically, I'm trying to turn mouse position data into something that can be read by a vector 3. That's a good way to word it. ChatGPT, how can I turn a mouse position vector 2 into something readable by a vector 3 in GDScript? Help me out. You can convert a vector 2 representing the mouse position into a vector 3 by providing a depth value for the third component. Get the mouse position in screen space 2D. Variable mouse position 2D. Get viewport. Get mouse position. Set a constant depth or use a specific Z coordinate in your 3D space. Convert the mouse position to a vector 3. Vector 3, mouse position 2D.x. Oh. That was the problem. Wait, no, it wasn't the problem. Just kidding. Hold on. No, look, it did it. Depth. Wait, hold on a minute. A number. Maybe that was my problem, is I needed to pick a number. All right, hold on. Hold on. So we say mouse position X, mouse position Y. All I should have to do is say 0, right? Now, I already think this isn't going to work for another reason. But it should at least... Oh, it didn't. It just vanished into the unknown. Mouse position X, mouse position Y. It's not the way. It's just making it go away. You know, if I tell it to go to 1, 1, 1, it'll move what I click on to the center of its terrain block, 1, 1, 1. But what I want is for it to follow the mouse. Now, I think it's going to follow the mouse relative to its terrain block, which is probably going to be an issue. But either way, whether I set this up in this script or another script, I'm going to need to figure out how to convert this to 3D. And I gotta say, ChatGPT, I don't know if your suggestion is the one for me. Like, I would like to think I could just tell it to do the default, which I thought was position Z. Like, whatever it already is, keep it at that Z. I thought that's what position Z does. You know where else we did this the other day? When we did the tween. So let me see where that got set up. Yeah, position X. Oh, player.position X. So maybe I need to be more specific about what that position X is relative to. Oh, or that position Z. So I should say hovered position Z. Let's see. Nope. That's a no. You're moved in! Let's go! Yay! Oh, I'm so glad to hear it. Yeah, Rogi's been moving into a new place, and it's been a long journey. As moving ends up being. See, I knew you'd end up hating moving. No, you didn't say that. But there's always something. There's always something. I'm glad you moved in. It's an absolute mess. Your brother left his dog there, and you had to take care of her instead of tell people where to put everything. Rogi is one of our resident geniuses. All right? And in their life, they play the role of genius by helping keep things organized in certain situations. This was one of them. You had to take care of the dog, and so you were unable to delegate. You're like, look, I really need to delegate. Look, you guys, I don't know who's going to watch this dog, but honestly, anyone can do it. Can anyone delegate? I don't think so. Oh, man. Oh, that's funny. Uh, Glad you moved in though. That is really, really good news. So everything's everywhere. Oh man. Overall though, you're still happy. It will take some time, but it only goes up from here. Yeah, yeah. Can you access the position of the character and then get Z from that? Position of the character? So I guess I should be specific. What I'm trying to move is the I guess we could do that. But so these like red blobs here, I'm trying to get them so we can click on them and move them, and I want to move them around wherever I want. Now the easiest example is just to say 111 here. And I think this is going to be a problem because it moves it to 111 relative to its strip, because these are a bunch of strips that load in. And so now if I come and click on this, it moves it to the center of its like little strip, right? And so what I want is, instead of it jumping to the center there, I want it to jump to the cursor position, right? And so I'm moving the cursor around. I want it to follow that. And I have no Z for that. And I just tried setting it to the hovered position Z. Hovered is the itself, basically. It's basically itself is hovered. And itself being this blob that's in the scene. Another idea I have is to look at get viewport, because it might have a call that is related to the camera position in 3D space. Interesting. I did look at it. I cannot tell you that I knew what I was looking at. Well, I looked at get mouse position. All right. Oh, I did. Okay, this is not actually that helpful. Get viewport returns the node's viewports. Then I gotta go to viewport. 3D viewport scaling demo. I think the issue is possibly that the camera's moving, so 0 or 10 or whatever is behind you. Really? So then why wouldn't it being at its own position at Z at least have it be there? That's interesting. So I guess we could get the camera position somehow. I do have to be able to. The thing is this is. I'm gonna have to like send it around to get it. Hold on 1 second. If the camera's not moving, it might be that you need to do 10. Yeah, the camera is not moving. The camera is stationary. So what's moving? I love that you think the camera was moving. That means the effect is working. But no, the camera is actually stationary. What's moving is the level. Real quick, I have to be right back. Give me like 15 seconds? Negative 10? All right, let me try that. Let me try that first. I'll be like 15, 25 seconds. 25, 35, 55 seconds. Something like that. Let me try negative 10. Gone. Vanished. All right, I'll be right back. Will the player survive while I'm gone? I'll tell you what, if I just leave it like it is, that answer is no. But if I put it off to the side, it might. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. The player just died. Like, I came back. It was still alive. It was still alive. All right. So we made some great progress, by the way. I've got to give big props to Marion, Marie, Psychotic Joe for really helping push this all forward. But we've got this set up where we've got these numbers that represent hit points on the character. When we bump into objects, depending on which limb bumps the object, that number goes down. If it goes to 0, the limb not only disappears, but the collision goes away. So that means that if both legs are gone, we actually fall, which is pretty cool. The only consequence of that right now is that you're lower to the ground. So we can fall. And now we have these red blobs that heal. So if I run into the red blob, we get whatever limb collides with that blob, it will regenerate, and their hit points will go up. So this red blob goes down into the ground, which means if we hit it, it'll bring the legs back, and we rise back up, and then we can just totally heal ourselves if we bump into those blobs. So what I'm trying to do today is set up a way to have these blobs actually be grabbed and applied to a body part. And so I've been setting up, along with the help of a tutorial, some ChatGPT, some people in the chat, I've been setting up a way to highlight and click on these orbs. So I can highlight them, I can click on them, and now what I want is for them to follow the mouse. That's the next thing that I want. There's actually, now that I think about it, there's a very specific Z position that I want. I mean, I don't know, it's tough, because, I don't know, that's not necessarily true. Because I'd kind of like that you have to drag it, like pull it towards you, bring it to the character, take it from there, and bring it in. Bring it to the character. That's what I'd like. So right now it's just kind of going in the middle of nowhere. Who knows where? I'm trying to get a Z position for this Y. Or for this... trying to get a Z position for this... where the blob goes when we click on it. But since it's a vector 3, I need a Z. And the mouse position only has vector 2. So I got to figure out some way to give it a vector 3. So let me not ask ChatGPT this. GDScript convert mouse position to vector 3D. Let's see if someone else has ever had this problem. How to get 3D position of the mouse cursor. Right, shouldn't we have a 3D position of it anyway? Wait, hold on a minute. I think we've already done this. Otherwise, how the heck else could we be doing what we're doing? Which is selecting 3D objects. We have the raycast. Dude, the raycast. We have to use the raycast. That's the position that we need. Okay. Okay. All right. This will be fine. So I'm going to go to the camera where we have the raycast script. So this is what we set up based on a tutorial from GWiz. Is this in the video description? I need to make sure this is in the video description because we're kind of using it. We're kind of using it a lot today. So let me make sure this is actually here. So if you want to check this great tutorial out, you can. 3D mouse tutorial by GWiz. There you go. Okay, so that's in the description now. But by following that, I think we had to create something that we need here. So if I can get my windows sorted out here, ray length, ray query, raycast result. I think the raycast result, now the raycast result has a lot of things, like a position. So if we print this, if we just print the result here, we should see it's going to be overflow because it's tons of positions everywhere. Oh, we got to fix this. Let's just, let's keep it to 111 for now. So it's going to print, oh, so it's only printing the collider. I actually want it to print not the collider. We want to print the position. So right now we have it set up to only print collider. So let's say print raycast result dot position. And I think I'm going to need to come down here. What if we say return raycast result position? And then, oh, that's if raycast has collider. We actually don't want to say that. I guess I might want to say variable position ray position equals raycast result dot position. Right? I don't fully... Well, we could do the same thing. We could say if raycast result has position, return raycast result position. Now, if I wanted to pull this up here, I mean, target doesn't really make sense anymore. Where is target defined exactly? I don't quite understand the return thing. Variable target equals shoot ray. I'm a little confused about the return stuff. That was something I did because I was told to do it. So that's just printing the node. That's not printing the position. Where is target being defined? I mean, it's only up here. Variable target equals shoot rate, which is this entire function. I see. So return is returning this function. So I don't think we want this at all. I think I just want to say if raycast has position, update variable. Again, I feel like I'm doing this wrong, but this is the way I'm going to do this. Raycast result position. So that's ray pause. And then I'll have this variable ray pause. And that could be a vector 3D. Is that how anything works? It's not how anything works. Vector 3? That is not how anything works. I guess it doesn't have to be a variable. We could say messenger hover position and then emit. And this is not a great way to do this. I know I'm doing this badly. Assignment is not allowed in. Oh. And have that be raycast result position. So I guess I'd want to say, I guess I would want to create that variable here. I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. Ugh. I hate when I zoom on accident. Oh my god. It's so slow in Godot. When it tries to zoom the text of the script. It gives me anxiety, like it's gonna crash. Yeah, so Psychonic Joe had helped me figure out a way to have it return this function up here. I don't know how to do that in another way. I have no idea. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if the raycast result has a position, set a variable ray position. And then we're going to say messenger hover position emit ray pause. I have a feeling this is not a great way to do this, but it's the way I'm going to do it. And then on the messenger, I have to say hover position. So let's do that. Signal hover position. Actually, I'm going to put this up higher. I don't know, it just feels like it makes sense up there. And then in the health script, I'm going to connect to that function. For messenger, that health is hovered. Not quite. This is receive message that health is hovered. This will be receive message of cursor position. And then I'm going to say messenger hover position connect, and we want to connect this to, I mean, I'd like to connect to health hovered. Is it possible to do it to multiple functions? Yeah, I think it is. Okay, cool. Connect it to health hovered. And then maybe, just maybe, in here, I could just say ray position. Oh god. Ray position is not declared in the current scope. Okay. All right. Okay. I guess we would want to say, because here we have object hovered, connect health hovered. And that, oh, this is informing. Oh, wait. I think I'm doing this wrong. I think I'm doing something wrong here. I think I have it backwards. So wait, then how does this message get sent? Object hover connected. I am deeply brain farting. Oh, right here, we emit it. I see. Okay, I'm doing it backwards. Guys, I'm doing it backwards. Nobody noticed, but I've been doing it backwards. One of y'all noticed. One of y'all noticed. All right, I'm doing it backwards. I should have trusted my comment. I'm like, that comment is wrong. No, that comment was right. Inform messenger that health is hovered. Okay, incorrect for this part. No, we don't do it that way. what I want, well then how do I get that? But still, how do I get that? This is informing the messenger that's already connected. God, this is confusing. Like, how am I gonna get that? Maybe we do have to connect it. And it can receive or... No, we have to emit it so we can get it. Because the emitting is about us telling the messenger that is grabbed is true. Am I wrong here? Let me look at a different example. I'm obviously very confused. I'm obviously very confused. We have the health detected. Yeah, so this is sending a message from the health class. It's emitting it. And we've connected that right here. So then it can send it to the area here. Here we're connecting something so we can send it to the messenger. Now I want to receive a message. For this one in particular, if I come back to the body part class, we still connect it, health collected. Well, you should look at this. That's the body part thing. Right, you don't have to do anything. We do have to connect it. Messenger. But wait, where? And that's where the body area, part area comes from? Health collected, body part area. I'm getting confused. It's starting to just become a blur of text. I'm actually getting a little... I just want to like get real with you for a second. So I'm kind of new to text coding. And I'm hitting this moment. Usually what I've done is visual coding. So think blueprints in Unreal Engine. And I'm hitting this point where like the text isn't like being held in my brain in a visual way. And it's just like it's like a freaking laundromat or a big industrial scale washing machine. Just everything is just like, I don't know what to... I can't keep it all straight anymore. It's exhausting. Okay. That was just a little real moment, and I just wanted to share it. So... So this is... Where does the health stuff here? Health detected. Connect health collected. And then that is checking the body part area. If it's self and current health is less, then it increases the health. So I think we need to create a function. But I want to put it in the same function and get that. In this case, it's body part area. What I want for this time is the ray position. That's the information that I want to get. Is the ray position. Now it's saying that it's not declared in the current scope. That makes sense because I got rid of the ready thing. So if I say messenger, and we talked about this already, it didn't work. But we'll do it anyway. Cursor or hover position, connect it. And if I say connect it to the health hovered function, Hey, Storm Run. What's up, Storm Run? How you doing? I hope you're doing good. Welcome back. Messenger health detected. There's a glitch in YouTube's chat. What? What's the glitch? Can everybody see it? Or just you? If you send an emoji at the end of your sentence, it only sends the emoji. Okay, let me see. Let me try it. I believe you. Because maybe it's just on your end. I guess it depends on the emoji. I look like such a jerk. That's annoying. That's annoying. That does sound annoying, though. I'm sorry that that's happening. You don't deserve that. You don't deserve that. Okay, so if I declare this as connected, 2 health hovered, I would think that ray position is now available. Oh, I know. I need to say, comma, ray position. There we go. I needed to. So I wasn't all backwards. One of y'all who caught that didn't catch it because I did it all right. Although I guess I still renamed this wrong. So this is actually receive message that of cursor position. $385 in free in UE assets in case you get back on there. You're putting an actual smiley together and it sends just the emoji. Oh, are you saying the current free for the months? I used to post those. I didn't post the last one because I'm not going to be streaming Unreal anymore. So I just kind of figured I'd like tone that down. But I also feel kind of bad because I really like informing people about those. But is that what you mean? I'm still getting my free for the months. I'll get them until the day that I forget about it, then I'll stop doing it. But for now, I still want them. I still might as well go in there and click them and get them. But maybe that's not what you mean, because that still seems kind of like a low number. Usually they kind of exceed that a little bit. Okay. I might still do Unreal someday. Unreal was my favorite one, because of just all the cool crap you could do in it. Put a sentence, then put a... Oh, you're saying if I do that, that'll do it? Oh, for the glitch? I'll try it. I don't care. YouTube chat. Why you glitching? I promise you, I believe you. I promise I believe you. They're watching us. They're watching us. They're like, they found out. Fixed. Now they can't say nothing. Okay, so now I've declared ray position. Now, that doesn't mean... That does not mean that the ray position is going to be the right value for this to work. Okay, so first of all, the highlighting and clicking is broken somehow. We have 2,800 errors. 2,800 errors! Okay? You just have to trust me. It says 2,800. So something, there it is. Something horrible has gone wrong. Camera 3D error calling from signal object hover to callable. Method expected 0 arguments. But finish it. What does it say? Tell me the rest of it. But called with 1. Method expected 0 arguments, but called with 1. That seems like something I can fix, right? Error calling from signal object hovered. What? The only place where that is right here. Let me, is it because I, like, put this in a weird place? Raycast is broken if there's that many. Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's totally the Raycast. Is it because I did all this? It's because I got experimental. Oh no, it's broken in some way I don't understand. What have I done? Why would that say that? Error calling from signal, object hovered, to callable. Area 3D, health hovered. Okay, so this actually might be over here. On health hovered. I'm surprised it's not telling me where it is. Method expected 0 arguments. Method expected 0 arguments. Is it this? Wait, why does it say 0 arguments? I mean, I could see how maybe I need to say raypause X, Y, and Z. But what do you mean it expected 0 arguments? Hide the shoot ray function and see if the error go away? I'm sure it will. That's gonna cause all kinds of errors, though. That's gonna cause other errors. I'd be afraid to do that. Let me hide this stuff. Let me see if this is where the problem is. If I hide my movement attempt, error's still there. If I disconnect this signal, will that make the errors go away? It does not. Same thing. Area 3D, health hovered. The error says this right here. It says, error calling. Let's see if I can zoom that in. Kind of. Kind of, but not really. Yeah, I can't zoom it. Error calling from signal object hovered to callable. Area 3D health.gd, which is a script I'm on. Health hovered. Method expected 0 arguments, but called with 1. Well, I mean, it could be this right here. Let me see. Okay, now we don't have the errors. So, it's interesting that it says 0 because held hovered can have at least 1. That's how we have the target. So I think the problem, let me look something up here. GDScript connect signals to multiple, or connect multiple signals to one function. I think I need a new function. How can I efficiently connect? I don't care about efficient. How do I make a signal that multiple nodes can listen to? How can I get multiple instances? Connecting the same signal from multiple. No, functions, not instances. Functions. Get handled by what? Get handled by the same function. Overloading signals. Kind of. This is what I want. Using signal collect function, you can connect any signal to a function, whether already connected or not. Or have one function. Yeah, so we should be able to do it. Oh, maybe, I mean, I put a space there. Is that my problem? That I put a space? That can't be the problem, right? I mean, if I uncomment this, which is receiving the message from the signal about the position of the hovering. And so I need to declare that in this function. So like right now we should be fine because we're connecting it, but we're not sending any information back and forth. Whoop, hold up. What do we do? Vector 3 and object. What? Above the error, there was a warning that said something like that. Really? Something like what? That's interesting. Maybe I'll redo it so we can see what that was. Invalid operands, vector 3 and object. What you even talking about? That must be because we're That's so confusing. What? Said something like it was calling none. Okay. I don't even understand why this line would be the problem. Truth be told. So if I disconnect this signal, we have no problems. Everything is fine. All is normal. Nothing to see here. But because I'm connecting this to this function that already has another signal connected to it, it's now applying ray position, which is a vector 3D. It's applying it to target. It's because there's multiple signals? Yeah, and I guess it's trying to apply it to target, which target is coming from this other signal. And so what I tried to do, search share signals. Yeah, it's kind of what I searched, I think. And then, I mean, I'll look for that specifically, potentially. But, so this Reddit question, can you have multiple custom signals, which we do, get handled by the same function, which is what I'm trying to do. Using signal connect, signal.connect function, which we've done. You can connect to any single function, whether connected or not. This person says you can do it with as many functions as you like, or have one function connect to as many signals as you like. So it seems possible. And then this person gave an example in your autoload signal bus, assuming that your guns are instantiated. Whoops. In your autoload signal bus, signal firing gun bullet type in all your gun scripts. So I feel like, yeah, we should be able to put like a comma for the next function. Now I didn't put Or I put a space last time. I did target comma space. I feel like that's not going to make a difference. But yeah, so now we're getting the same error again. Oh, there is some good things above here. The parameter ray position is never used in the function health hovered. Oh, well, I do have to comment that back in. Let me fix that real quick. Okay, I've commented that back in. So we shouldn't have that error now. We're getting a bunch of errors, though. Let's see what they are. The local variable is grabbed, is shadowing an already declared variable at line 7. I don't know if that is relevant to our problem. The local variable mouse position is declared but never used. Yeah, I don't think these are... Oh, here's some more. Expected 0 arguments, call with 1. Shoot ray. Expected 0 arguments, call expected. I don't understand this error at all. Yeah, mouse position we can get rid of. I don't need that. Where did I declare that? Here. Is grabbed is shadowing an already declared variable. At line 7. Yeah, well, I was gonna use this later, so I'm gonna keep that. I don't quite understand what this is saying. Let me see. You said share. We could look at that share signals. Let me see this. Method expected 0 arguments, but called with 1. Don't really understand that one. Trying to test out custom signals with parameters in an event bus autoload. That's very similar to what we're doing. I have a camera with mouse look with a raycast child node, and I'm trying to print the name of the body the raycast collides with when I click. So they're only doing 1. Signal player interact object under cursor. So that's the signal they're declaring in the autoload. Script attached to the world node. Oops. Script attached to the static body in the scene. It's a little different. You set up your signal to pass along a collider, but the ultimate signal handler doesn't accept that collider argument. That didn't help me that much. Let's ask ChatGPT. Let's ask ChatGPT. Why do I get the error? The error method. Let me see if I can remember what it was. Method expected 0, but call with 1. I doubt it'll be able to help me, especially since I don't have the context for it. Typically occurs when a signal is emitted with an argument, but the connected method does not expect any arguments. Oh. Well, why not? Okay, that's helpful. So if I come back to here. So this is the argument that I'm setting right here. Messenger, hover position, emit, ray position. That's the argument, I think. Or at least I thought so. If I come back to the messenger, wherever that is. Hover position, that should be fine. When we come to the health, yeah, I feel like that should be available. Because like here, we're getting target. Whoa, this is the wrong messenger script. What the what? What the what? Wrong. Okay, here we go. So this says target, right? So this is getting this. It's almost like it's saying ray position doesn't exist as an argument. So I'm saying, hey, there's one thing here. And it's like, no, there's not. There isn't this. With target, it sees target. Target is being defined over in the camera up here in the process. Variable target equals shoot ray. And here I'm defining variable position. And I'm saying hover position emit ray position. So what this is right here. Whereas up here we're saying messenger object hovered emit target. So all I can think is that this isn't actually getting passed along because I need to do it the same way I'm passing this one along. But truly, I don't know how to do that. I didn't set this up this way. Psychonic Joe came and helped me set this up this way with the return. And honestly, I don't understand the return at all. I don't really understand why this works. If raycast result has collider, return raycast result collider. And then that yeah, I don't understand this line here. Raycast result equals this. And this is saying if that has a collider, return raycast result.collider. And then somehow, what is return? I don't understand what return means. I don't understand what it means. I just don't get it. It means nothing to me. Okay, functions, I get it, but what about returns? I just don't know. Serves the purpose of concluding a function and passing back a value to where the function was initially called. Oh. So the function is called here, shoot ray. It passes it back to there. Pass, but then how do you get it? What does pass back to mean? It facilitates communication between different parts of your code and significantly improves your script's reusability and readability. So if raycast result collider is being returned up here, so just that one property, the collider of the raycast result, So I guess shoot ray becomes that result. So if the target equals shoot ray, then that makes sense. So if that's the case, then I would need to have a different function. Like, wouldn't return only work with one GDScript multiple returns? Yeah, multiple returns. Let me just see what that gives me. How to return two variables from a function. 2016. Oh my god. I wasn't even alive in 2016. X and Y. Can Godot return? This is from 2 years ago. Alright, I was at least walking at this age. You could do something like this. Function, my function returns several things. Return 0, comma, another thing, comma 5. Okay. So we could, I mean, maybe in theory. Return raycast result collider. Raycast result position. In theory. And then I wouldn't want this here. So I'll comment this out. And so now target contains collider and position data, which is more data than we want. We don't actually want all that data. So I'm going to need to parse that data. But how do I do that? So if I come back to the health here, and I'm going to comment out the stuff I was adding in. Get rid of ray position here. So everything should be, actually it won't be normal, because invalid operands, array and object and operator. Yeah. So like that won't work. I kind of need to comment out this whole script if it's going to work right. Truth be told. Because somehow I have to say, like, how do I break that down? You know, like take target and break it down. Oh, I'm sorry I missed all your messages. Dude, how'd I miss all these messages? Dear God, I'm so sorry. How far back were those? Oh my God, 10 minutes ago? I am so sorry. I don't know, I just like went to like a hole, man. Hey guys, hey, welcome. Welcome to the live stream. Hope we're doing great. My name is Lise. I'm eating my lunch for dinner. Okay. Wow. The invalid operand thing is saying that a vector 3 parameter is not valid for that function, which exists in the quotes, which I assume is like null or something. Yeah. Godot expect 0 errors, but got one. Type that in Google and click the first Godot link. I think he's doing the same thing you're doing. That's the link. I kind of want ChatGPT to have a voice now. Google's new AI does. Google just released a new AI. What is it called? Genesis or something? Something really religious? I don't know. But it seems cool. And it has a voice. What version of Godot are you using? The latest one? No, not really. Actually, I don't know if it is the latest one. There's a known bug in older versions about this in some places, they say. Ooh. There's a GitHub link in that first Google post, if you Google Godot error calling from signal. Oh, there was. Yeah, I saw that. I think the error was correct, though. This other link says to make sure your parent also has the function. Make sure your parent also has the function. Yeah. Yeah, so I think the problem, I think I know what the problem is. I just have no idea how to solve it. At this point, what I'd like to do is parse. Thank you for helping me puzzle this out. What I'd like to do is like parse the information, because I have two pieces of information that I want from the raycast. Number one, what does it see? Number two, where is what it sees? But I don't actually want that. You know what? Okay. That's not actually true. That's not really what I want. I don't want what it sees. I want any old position. Okay. Hold up. It's all getting very confusing. So I'm going to come back to the camera. I do not want to do multiple things here. So we just say raycast result collider return. Everything should be normal. Everything should be fine where we left it off. And it is. It's quite good. This is exactly how it should be right now. So let's just forget the way I tried to do it. And now I'm going to re-approach this a different way. So on this script, we are getting the position of the cursor via a raycast. And we have condensed that into one bit of info, which is what is the raycast colliding with? That's this raycast result collider. And then that's being condensed into this target variable, which is what is being called on the health script. And it says, am I the target? And if I am the target, then I'm health, and I'm going to behave like health, which is what allows it to be clicked on like this. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to take not the collider information. I want to take the position information, because this raycast result has all kinds of crap that it outputs, including position. And I want that position, not of what it, not like if it collides with the health, but just in general, whatever it collides with. So somehow I need to split off the position information and have that as separate data that I can then use for the purpose of, after clicking on this health, I want it to see the position of the cursor and move to the position of the cursor. So that raycast, I want it to move to the position of the raycast when I click and drag it. And so to do that, I want to get the position data from that raycast. And on one hand, I want that position data to be read on the health node. So when I move it around, it can move its position. I have a feeling that that position is going to be relative to its terrain block, and I'm going to need to do it outside that script anyway, but I'm not sure. So I'm just trying to get that position value such that I can actually use it in different places, for example, on that script. So what I initially tried to do was say, if the raycast result has a position, set a variable ray position that's equal to the raycast result position, and then send that position to this emitted signal on the messenger. Which this should be fine. I can do this. This isn't going to cause any problems. Like, that can happen, and that position data can be sitting there, minding its business, and we don't have any errors or any problems. Now, because we come back to the messenger, and that does exist. Hover pause right here. Now, if I want to get that information, the way I tried to do that, receive the message of the cursor position, messenger.hoverpause.connect. Now, this is where things went awry. So I tried to connect that that signal that's carrying the ray position information. I tried to connect that signal to the same function that the raycast collider target is going to. That's this one. So here's that function. And if I do this, we're going to have a problem. I think this is going to immediately cause a problem. Yeah. And the reason I think why this causes a problem, it says invalid operands vector 3 and object in operator set 2. So this is looking at target, right? So because I'm pointing both of those signals at health hovered, which has only declared target as as an argument, it's seeing both the ray position, which should be a vector 3, and the object, which is target. So it's seeing both of those here as target, which is really weird. Like, what is consolidating both of those into target? Like, I didn't know it could do that, but apparently it can. And it doesn't like it, which makes sense. That's not what I want. So that's when I tried to say, okay, comma, ray position. There's two separate things here. There's ray position and there's target. Receive those as separate entities. Now, when I try to run this, we get the bajillion errors every time the raycast hits. And this is where it says expected 0 arguments, but called with 1. And so what I think, but I could be wrong, what that is saying is the ray position isn't being interpreted as an argument. Or let me rephrase that. Sorry, that was wrong. The hover position signal, it's not seen as having an argument, if that makes sense. Is ray position part of the script? It is not. Ray position, it is. Ray position is being defined on the camera where the raycast stuff is. So here's ray position right here. And it's raycast result position. And then I'm emitting ray pause right here to the messenger bus via hover position. Says they were having the problem when they weren't in the same script. Yeah, and so it's supposed to, so that's supposed to put it in the same script by emitting it this way via this auto load, which is, just to clarify, something that exists outside. So here's the messenger node, right? Here's the main scene. So this is where the signal exists. So we're sending ray pause to this node that exists outside the scene tree. We're sending it there. And then on the health script, I'm receiving that by connecting it right here, which in theory would bring ray position to that script, in theory. What's up, Rawson? How you doing? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Where's health hovered being called from? Health hovered is, so here's the function on the health script right here, health hovered. And it's being called from nowhere because it's a custom. It's being called from nowhere, other than being set up in this ready function here by the messengers. So it's actually, this is also a class script, for whatever that's worth. But yeah, technically it's not being called from anywhere. You can't just add an extra argument to a function and expect it to know what you want. Okay. It's being called by the hover position signal. At least. Yeah, and it's being called by the object hovered as well. And this works, right? When we call it this way, everything's fine. And this is me trying to call it with two different signals. Does the parent script have the target? Yes. So, like, that's what I was trying to say. So if I comment all this out, right? So let's get rid of ray position from the custom function. And then I'm going to comment out this hover position signal. That honestly should be enough for everything to work just fine. So we have no problems. And that's because that target, which is being argued here, target, that comes from the object hovered messenger, or the messenger signal object hovered. And that target is on the same script here, where we have, if raycast result has collider, return raycast result collider. So then that return is coming back to the process where shoot ray was initially called. We're setting variable target here, shoot ray, and then messenger object hovered, emit target. So we're telling the messenger, hey, target is a thing. So I was trying to do a similar thing by saying, hey, messenger, here's ray position down here. Raycast result position, send that over here. And then I'm trying to pull that from the messenger via the health script. Maybe there's something you gotta do to make the messenger to work. Maybe. I mean, I think it's working. Like, because, for example, when I come back to the health script, like, let's, just for the sake of example, right? If I say messenger hover position connect, let's make something new. And maybe this is the best way to do it. I don't know. We'll say, maybe this is my problem, you know? Health grabbed. So let's make a health grabbed function. This is a new function I'm going to create. Function health grabbed. And then I'm going to say ray pause here. And then let's print ray pause. So this will be a good test to see if it's actually receiving that information. And then we'll have it print that position. Make sure it got everything. I think that should work. I mean, it may not work. It'll be interesting if it doesn't. Oh, it works. So there it's printing it. See? We get the vector 3 right there. So what I could do, and so what I wanted to do was, instead of creating a new function, ray position, or health grabbed for the ray position, what I wanted to do was just send that signal to this same function, right? So say like target and ray position here, and then just move on here and add it in as the ray position data. But unfortunately, it didn't like trying to receive both of those in one function for some reason. So maybe I just let that be that way. And, you know, I set, like, I'll come up here. So it's just having a problem with both at once, but can be fixed with another function. I wouldn't say fixed. My guess would be worked around. But yeah, so let me try working around. So if I say variable and another messenger. I don't think I need another messenger, fortunately. So I'm going to set a variable in this script. And I'm going to say, I guess I'll say grab position is what I'll call it. Now the thing is I don't have like a default to set this to. So I don't even know. I guess I could say, can I say it's like 0, 0, 0 or something? I don't know. Probably doesn't like that. I could do vector 3, 0, 0, 0. No. So that's something I don't know how to do. But in theory, what I would do then would be update a variable here. But I feel like that's not going to work because this function, I feel like that's not going to work. But I mean, I can't even figure this out in general. Let me see, maybe ChatGPT can help me out. Let's see. How can I get ray position to be or let's say to update the variable grab position? To update grab position, you need to store the received ray and grab position variable. Also, make sure that hover position signal emitted by messenger is correctly setting ray position information. Assuming it is, you can modify your health grab function like this. Yeah, but this doesn't work. It doesn't realize that that doesn't work. It's assuming that this is correct, which it isn't. So let me try to reword this. How can I get the ray, how can I get ray position to be accessible by the health hovered function? you need to store it in a class variable so it can be accessed within the entire scope of the class. Now in health, wait, function, store the receive variable in grab position. No, you're not understanding me. I needed to paste it first. Okay, let me try this again. I need to paste the whole code because it keeps thinking that vector 3 is an acceptable thing, but it isn't. No, stop. Stop doing vector based on the following code. Let me actually just restart it. Let me just restart this conversation. I need you to not be looking at stuff we were talking about. Okay. One more try. And then give it the code. To make ray position accessible in health hovered, you need to modify the signal emission to include ray position parameter. It's like, yeah, you want to know a lot, huh? You're darn right. Currently, it seems like you are emitting the signal without passing any arguments. Modified as follows. Messenger hover position connect self health grab? What are you talking about? Now the modify health grab function to accept the ray position parameter and emit the signal with this information. Function health grab ray position print. By doing this, you are passing ray position parameter when emitting the signal, and you can access it in the connected function. Health hovered. Oh, this is what I was trying to do. Wait. Yeah, maybe. I have to, no, it's interesting. It's definitely interesting. Update the function signature in health hovered to accept the ray position parameter. Update the function signature in health hovered. Right, so that's what I tried to do. And it's got variable hovered equals self. I was saying it needs a reference to self. I think that's what it's saying. Now when the health hovered function is called by the signal, it will have access to ray. Ensure you update all the signal connections. I think that's what it's saying. Can you update my code with these changes? Now the health grabbed function emits the hover position signal. Like, why didn't it do that to begin with? And the health hover function is updated to receive and use parameter. Target represent variable hovered self. All right, I mean, let's try it. I don't know how I feel about it, but I'll try it. Now it's declaring something that isn't being used. Invalid argument for connect function. ChatGPT making up stuff. Argument 1 should be callable, but is health. You're gonna get a random line of code saying destroy all humans. I hope so. Ideally. Don't talk back to ChatGPT. Invalid argument for connect function. Argument 1 should be callable, but is health. Right, so that is itself. So that's not a thing. It's not a thing, ChatGPT. What? ChatGPT is just making up stuff. It's not a thing. Connecting it to itself? I wonder if it's still, I mean, it's not gonna run. Like, the game just won't run at all. So, like, it doesn't really matter. Alright, well that was unhelpful. But mildly interesting. Very mild. Strongly mild. So I just ultimately don't know. I think what I'll do next, okay, so let me try something. Where are we at right now? Everything is normal. Yeah, everything is fine. We're printing the position. So then, let me try this. How do I store a vector 3 as a variable? Oh, GD script. We have to be more specific. We have to be a little bit more specific. There's gotta be an easy way to do this. Basically, I just want to say variable that's supposed to be a vector 3. That's all I want. ChatGPT, do you understand what I'm saying? GD script, store an empty vector 3 variable. Oh, okay. This might work. Okay. Variable grab position. This might work. We'll get there. Variable grab position. Oh, wait, it doesn't like that immediately. Why? Oh, I forgot to put the colon. Okay. There we go. Empty vector. So then what I'll say is set variable grab. I don't know if this will work, because I feel like this might only be... Oh, I know what we want to do. We want to say, I wonder if ChatGPT can make its own full game. She seems smart. Yeah, probably. There's some good videos, people trying it. Ultimately, it seems like people always have to like make adjustments to get it to be just right. GDevelop does have a AI feature where you can describe a game to it and it'll build a game. They're very similar, the games that it puts together, but technically you can do it. Grab position, we want to switch it to ray position. And then what I'll try to do is from the health function, whenever this is called, so this is called whenever we hover over the health, print grab position. And let's see if this gives us positions. If this does, we found a workaround. It works. Done. Okay. Now, I just have to hook it up to the place that I need it, which is right here. So I'm going to set this to grab position X, grab position Y, and grab position Z. Okay, finally, at last, I think we have something that might work. Oh, no dice. Now, I think this makes sense. Oh, look, did you see it up in your face? It kind of does work. Okay. So I think I know what the problem is. Oh, there's a couple things going on here. Number one, it's not hovered anymore. Once we do that, once it moves to a new position, it's no longer hovered. Number two, I think it's indeed moving relative to its terrain block. It doesn't really disappear if you look closely. If you watch, see how sometimes it appears in the front? So it's actually moving somewhere. It's weird because they're actually disappearing before I even get to them. It doesn't always happen. There it goes. See? You see how it flashed in front of our face there? I'm not exactly sure why. And I don't know why some of these are vanishing before my eyes. But the reason why it's... We need to actually do this outside. Are you clicking or unhovered it disappears? Well, unfortunately, both. So sometimes it's on hover and sometimes it's on click. If I haven't clicked yet, hovering doesn't make it go away. If I click on one, oh, that moved right there. See, it moves. And then it changes depending on where my cursor is. See how it's moving? It is moving, right? So I click on this, it moved back there. But this position, I believe, indeed, is relative to it. Can you pick it up? Kind of. Kind of. Like, it... Yeah, it did look like I threw it. It's just, I have to keep... It's like, if I keep holding and clicking on it, I can, like, chase it. If I'm, like, moving while I do it, it's kind of weird. But I think the problem is that it's relative. Does that make sense that it's relative? So, for example, if I set this to 0, 0, 0, right? Instead of that grab position, it's like a magnet. If I set it to 0, 0, 0, instead of that grab position, see how it goes there to the center of that? It's like, nope, can't clip me. It's repelled. So this isn't like 0, 0, 0 in the grand scheme of the project. This is 0, 0, 0 relative to its terrain block, because these are all being generated on these little slivers here. So it's going to 0, 0, 0 on this terrain block when I click it. And so the same thing with the mouse position. It's going to the relative position to this block, not relative to the world, right? So, and I kind of figured this would happen, but I wanted to see what would happen if I actually got it to work. And I actually did get it to work eventually here. But now I need it to actually be happening off of this script. So I don't want it to happen on the script. Otherwise, it's going to be relative to that terrain block. Which means this was a wonderful learning experience. But I think I'm going to remove a lot of this. And instead of sending the information about where the cursor is to the messenger, I need to send the information about what object has been clicked. Specifically, which instance of the object has been clicked. I have no idea how to do that. So like when I'm hovering this one, right? These are both the same thing. This one looks just like that other one. Or this is a sphere. And it looks like these are both the same sphere here. But they're different instances. So somehow I need to say, okay, move the particular instance of something that's currently in the scene. So I guess what I would say is, I might not need to send anything. I'm gonna save this, but I'm also gonna get rid of all the stuff. I'm gonna get rid of everything we did here pretty much. Get rid of move the object. We'll keep that it's been grabbed. This is good information, and I do need this to be put out there. So the messenger will know that we've clicked on it. I'm going to get rid of the cursor position connection and get rid of this variable that we've created here. I'm also going to get rid of isGrabbed for now. Okay, so everything should be the way it was before I started trying to add movement, and it is. That's good. Now, I want to go back to the camera, and I would think on here, I can take the position information, so I'm setting that as ray position. We're sending it to the messenger. I don't actually need to send that to the messenger. We'll just define this variable here. And what I do want from the messenger, so I'm going to say function onReady. Messenger health grabbed connect to shoot ray. And then is that isGrabbed? IsGrabbed. Okay, but that does cause us a problem over here. I guess I would need to say isGrabbed. I don't know. This seems... I feel like I need to create a new function. I need to create a new function. Don't do this. So I'm not going to put this in shoot ray. Instead, we're going to make a new function. And I'm going to call it move object. Move health. This is going to be tricky. This might be a bad place to put this. But I probably should put this somewhere else. But I'll put it here for now. So I'm connecting this, and we're going to connect this to move health. Okay. So if I have this print isGrabbed, if I've done this right, we should get a true when I click on this. Okay, we don't. So I gotta fix that. Oh, this is on ready. That's just supposed to be ready. At least. There we go. So now we're getting a true whenever I grab it. That's good. So if the grab is true, if isGrabbed is set to true, now I'm gonna need, oh, I guess what I could do is I could say, well, I just have to, I need to be able to access this variable, but I don't think this variable is accessible anywhere. Maybe we say at the start, variable target equals... Can we say null? Are we allowed to do that? And then can we say target and then we want to move it. Let me just remind myself what that script looks like. What does that look like? Do we do like set position? I don't remember exactly. Maybe we just want to say position. I think we want to say set position. I forgot already. I did this very recently, but I already forgot it. Set position. It is set position. Okay, that's what I thought. It's not what I thought. It's among the things I thought. It's one of the things that I thought. Target set position. Vector 3. Ray. Pause. Oh, so I have to also define that as well. Variable ray pause equals vector 3 equals vector 3 0 0 0. How do you do this again? Oh, right. We say ray pause like that, colon, vector 3. There we go. Ray pause X, ray pause Y, ray pause Z. I had to have made some mistake here, right? Non-existent function set position in base nil. I mean, it is null here, but I was hoping it would update it by that point. But it might not be. I mean, if I have it printing target here, and let me comment this out. Well, the clicks don't even work then. And what if I comment out the null variable setting? The clicks still don't work. What if I comment out the ray position? I feel like trying to update this variable outside the function. Oh, that's... Wait, what are all the problems? Wait, what are all the problems? I mean, at this point, I would expect it to be back to normal. What if I kill all this? Are we back to normal yet? We are. So adding something in here caused it to get very confused. But I'm not sure what. It's tough. It's tough when I'm on my own learning. You know, I'm doing my best. I'm just here puzzling it out. The script wasn't saving because you had an empty function. It has to at least have pass in it. The script wasn't saving because you had an empty function. That's true. Oh yeah, I forget about that. Usually I have something underneath it, and so it causes enough of an error that I notice it. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you can't do that. I mean, obviously I can, but it just causes problems. And that's okay. It's okay to make mistakes. That's what I'm here for. I'm doing this channel because I'm learning and I'm sharing my learning. So that means I'm going to do things that I can do and I will do them. I want to do them because I want to learn from mistakes. And sometimes people are nice enough to tell me what my mistake is. Sometimes I gotta go figure it out. It's always nice when somebody helps me. So I appreciate you, Rawson, for doing that. That's very nice of you. Okay, so yeah, so that makes a lot of sense then. And then now the script still works. Gotcha. Cool. So when I say variable target equals null, that doesn't actually cause any problem. When I say variable target or variable ray position equals vector 3, that doesn't cause any problems. Now, once I bring in all of this, we have problems. And the problem is non-existent function set position in base nil. So the target, in theory, is an area 3D node. Right? So if I put this back with this commented out, I put pass. All right. And if I do this and I say print target up here, right, it's going to print the thing that I'm clicking on. So here's the ground. It's saying ground. Here it's saying meat. Here it's saying tree. There it's saying house. So it knows, I don't even have to click it. If I just hover it, right, it'll report what the target is. So it sees the target. If I go in the sky, it's null. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I'm going up into the sky. That's probably the problem. That might be the issue, actually. Actually, I think that might be the issue. I think we have to say if, not just if is grabbed is true, but also if target and if target, and target does not equal null, then do that. And maybe that'll work. Nice. Okay. So no more crashing. That's good. But of course, it's not actually moving these targets. I could see this causing all kinds of problems that would be very hilarious if it would work. And I'm not exactly sure why it doesn't work. I'm sure that it doesn't, but I'm not exactly sure why it doesn't. I mean, it almost makes sense that it wouldn't let me just move something from some rando script like this. But in theory, we should be setting the position. So what if I say, okay, don't print the targets anymore, because that's annoying. What if I say print grabbed or something? You're setting the target's position to the ray position, but the ray position is the target's collider. So it's setting its position to whatever its position already is. Oh, really? I think you're right. I think you're right. Wow. I think that's absolutely what's happening. I think that might be exactly what's happening. Well, I will say, while that... So I think, okay, so I don't think that's what's happening because it's not printing grabbed when I click on things. However, I think that you're correct in thinking that that would be what happens if it did work. But see, grabbed should be becoming true here, and it's not printing grabbed. So I don't think, for whatever reason, these conditions are actually being met for some reason. I'd be curious to see a couple things. First of all, tell me print target when this function is called. So it's telling me null. And when is that happening? Oops, I just typed random things. Okay, here we go. So it's printing null, I believe, when I click it. So I'm hovering over this, I'm going to click it, prints null. So it does know when I click it. Now, does it know if we say if is grabbed is set to true? So it just must be null. It's not getting updated. So that's the problem. I mean, that kind of is my answer right there, right? It is null. So it's never running this code because it's null. So it's not getting overwritten. This variable isn't getting updated by this function. Well, I wonder if we could say, and it's a little messy, but I wonder if we could say set the variable, or just say target. Oh, that makes sense. I see. Yeah, we're not setting it anywhere. Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. Because we're creating a variable here within this function that we're sending out. But that's not the same. That was a mistake on my part. I see. Okay. So then let's say that target equals shoot ray. I might have to set it a little different. In process, you have variable target equals. That's making a new variable. You want to just target equals. Yeah, I forget that so often. I just think about from other engines. Okay, we declare we're setting a variable. Here we go. But we don't have to do that. We can just type the variable. But I don't know if this is the right place to do that. So let me do it maybe down here. We got it. I'm going to say target equals raycast result dot collider. And see if that updates it. I would like it to at least print the target as it sees it. And then the result is, if it works, is going to be weird, but it moved. Nice. I don't understand why it's going where it's going, but it's moving. So it's printing what is clicked and that it's grabbed. But it's just moving to the origin. Oh, right, because we have this set to 0, 0, 0. Once again, same thing. It's the same thing. I'm not updating it. All right, here we go. So we want to say not variable ray position, but ray position equals raycast result position. Okay, now it should be weird. Huh. Oh, like almost. Like it sort of does something. It definitely sort of does something there. Whoa. It's like pushed it out. It's like, it seems like, I wonder if it's pushing it 1,000 away. No, that doesn't make sense. Or 3,000. I don't think that makes sense. What is it doing? I guess we could say print position. I mean, that's going to be a little messy. I don't think I'm going to be able to like do anything with that information because it's going to be so much. Oh, it actually wasn't that much. I guess I'd want to say print ray position. I don't remember how to put a lot of space in between these things, or like a line. But if we say ray position and then, I mean, I guess that is the position. I don't know what I was thinking. I mean, we could say like the object position, maybe. Where is it going and why? But then sometimes you can see it flies up in our face, which is strange. It's unusual. I kind of want to put more objects around, just so we have more to grab. Like maybe that'll give more information. But that's easy enough. I guess I'll put it on the other ones. So let's come over here. Let's add some new ones of these. I'll like move it up or something. Just put a bunch all over in different places. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously not what I want, right? And I don't even know where to begin understanding what is happening. Oops. Pretty sure you want to set the target's global position because the ray returns the world space position of its head. Oh. Oh, so we could just literally say set global position. You know, this isn't the first time somebody's made that correction for me. All right, let's try that. Yeah, because actually this is the same behavior that we were getting before. Now that I think about it. When I was doing it locally on the terrain. Oh. So that means it might have worked on the terrain. I might not have needed to bring it over here to the camera in the first place. Which is interesting. Okay, cool. So set global position. Let's go. Okay, this is better. It's yeah, this kind of works. I mean, it's a little aggressive. I needed to stop eventually. Nice. Thank you, Rawson. Let me get you on this credits list. Legit. I'm missing. We gotta get Storm Run in here just for problem solving help. Storm Run. Do we have like general coding consultant? Let's say coding consultant. And then Rawson. Godot consultant. Alright. The credits list is ever growing. Okay. Yeah, that works. It's just, you know, it needs to cut off at some point, right? Because it just keeps going all the way through. I would imagine it does stop at some point. It'll get sucked into the camera because every process, the ray is a little bit closer to the camera because it's a sphere. Not sure what the intended behavior is. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, so let me tell you about what I'm up to. So, yeah, so this game, let me just comment this out for right now and put a pass. So that way I can just not have weird things happening. Okay. So in this game, you have these limbs that get hurt by these obstacles. So for now, again, this is just a very early prototype. But if I run my arm into this tree or my legs into this house, those numbers go down. And indeed, if I do it enough times, we'll fall down on the ground, and we're down there. Now, if I run into one of these, it'll regenerate the limbs and heal the limbs that it bumps into. This is like the health. Now, I don't want it to be, we have to run into these health objects. What I want is that the player has to grab these health objects. So come and click on them and drag them onto the body part that they want to heal. So grab it, so click it, drag it, and drop it on the character. That's the intended result. So I was just kind of piddling about, trying to find ways to get this to be clicked and dragged so it will move around where I'm dragging it. So that's the intended result. And I mean, this is definitely not quite that. It'll get sucked into the camera because every process, the ray is a little bit closer to the camera. Yeah, that's not intended. But it like almost works. It's a little fast, right? But like I can actually move it around. This is pretty close. You know, I just kind of have to figure out how to get it to not be so aggressive in its movement. But it kind of works. It actually kind of freaking works. It's just a little too aggressive. That makes sense, right? The ray position is changing because it's saying, where's the cursor? I'm starting at the cursor and I'm ending at the object. And if the object is getting ever closer, that vector is getting ever shorter. And so it's until it's just like, you know, and everything is moving forward anyway. So it's already gonna just go past. So I kind of need to tell it to stop at some point. And not only that, but you're right, since it's in the process, I mean, I don't even want it to move at all, really. You know what I really want is if you were to click and hold, it just sits there, right? I don't want it to constantly move closer. So, for example, like let's say I take the velocity of the terrain and we make it 0. So I'm going to say the terrain isn't going to be moving at all. Oh, it still gets sucked. Wow. Whoa, dude, this is awesome. Well, I didn't even think about this. We could just have it be a normal game. Well, now it's just a normal game. Anyway. So, yeah, so that's interesting. It's not about the moving. It's like you were saying. And look, it heals us. It's so close. You can try this maybe. In the ray, set it to exclude target. Intriguing. At least then it should stop getting sucked into the camera and follow the terrain. Oh. So you're saying this is an amazing idea. So would I want to exclude the target? I'd only want it to exclude it after it sees it. Right? Also, how do I do an exclude? In the ray. If is grabbed is set to true and target is not null, then update the global position of the target. Is exclude even a thing? I don't even know anything about it. It is a thing. Physics point query parameter 2D. I guess we'd want 3D. Ray query parameters 3D. Oh, Ronasan, you got some experience. I mean, I kind of got that, but Rig has have an exclude, which I think is an array of objects. Oh. Nice. Yeah, it is. And it's looking for a resource identifier. So then, right, so then we would just say the target is one of those. And so that has to be a part of the array. Do I know how to make that come from the array? The list of object RIDs that will be excluded from collisions. Use collision object 3D get rid. It's literally get rid. That's hilarious. Oh, it's for get RID. That is so funny. To get the RID associated with a collision object. Okay, so use collision object 3D get RID to get the RID associated with the collision object derived node. It's not a collision object 3D derived node, but okay. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that. So if I say, so how do I like say that from the raycast? A lot of this I set up from a tutorial. Here we have project ray origin. Oh, right, because we created it. Where do we create the raycast? I'm not exactly sure, if I'm being honest, where the raycast gets created. Because this is a camera. And a camera, I mean, that doesn't... How do we even have a raycast on here? Is it this? Is project ray origin? Like, that's creating the raycast? I'm gonna have to do some research, because I'm just not sure. Ooh, ChatGPT! I keep forgetting about ChatGPT until I cycle through my windows. How can I exclude target from the raycast collisions after if is grabbed? Maybe at all. I feel like we want to say at all, right? Well, no, because otherwise it won't see it. After if is grabbed is set to true and target is not set to null. Let me be more specific. Based on the following code. If you want to exclude the target from further raycast collisions after it's been grabbed, oh, that's exactly what I want to do. Thank you, ChatGPT. You can modify the shoot ray function to check is grabbed state before updating the target. Whoa. Additionally, you should ensure that the target variable is not updated if it's already set and is grabbed as true. Here's how you can do it. I'm just going to copy and paste it. That sounds like you understand exactly what I want. Let's see if it's actually using up-to-date information to make it work. Identifier is grabbed, not declared. Oh, it does. So ChatGPT doesn't know about my messenger bus. And so it's it doesn't know that is grabbed isn't available outside of the move health function. So I have to also ask it is grabbed. I mean, I guess I could set it is only available in the move health function. So it cannot be used where you used it. Do you understand what I'm saying, ChatGPT? You can modify the approach. Use a class level variable to track whether the object is grabbed. Yeah, that's what I would have done. That's what I would have done. But, like, I wanted to see you do it, ChatGPT. That's all. It runs. But now it doesn't click. Okay, let me see what Rustin said. Ray query is the raycast. Oh. Let me unchat GPT this code. And we should be back to the way we were. Indeed. Ray query is the raycast. It should have an exclude on it, I think. Ray query is new to me, though, so could be wrong on that. Older Godot did raise another way. Okay. Ray query is... So physics ray query parameters 3D. Gotcha. Thank you. Now that's all in this function, so I have to pretty much do what it was saying before, which is so we want to say is grabbed, or rather set up a class variable. Variable is grabbed, make it false. And then say is grabbed is grabbed. Is grabbed is grabbed. What more can I say? Is grabbed is grabbed. That's the way it goes. Okay, that's not a problem, right? Like we're good so far? Okay. So if that is true, then we want to exclude it. I guess we have to put it after this. Maybe here. If is grabbed is set to true, ray query exclude, and then we have to put the ID. I feel like the target might have the ID, but it could be wrong. Set to true. If is grabbed is set to true. Name exclude called as a function, but is an array. What, do you want me to do it like this? You just want me to put brackets? Okay. This won't work, will it? Well, it didn't not work. It didn't break. There's probably still some other way it's looping. I also like how ChatGPT said that if the target is still being updated, we might still have the problem. So you might want to also say that if it's true, don't update the target. Which we are setting up. Where is that? Where does the target get set? Here. So if the raycast set to glitter and is grabbed is not true, then update the target. That didn't help. Your exclude suggestion, couple of things. Number one, extremely interesting. Number two, maybe getting used wrong very badly by me right now. Number three, thank you. Is it just me or is it moving more slowly? Barely. Not enough to matter. I don't think so. I do not really think so. Yeah, that's an interesting problem. I mean, there is a lot of good success here. How are we doing on time? We gotta be way over time at this point. We're about at that time. We're about at that time. 7 hours. That's about at that time. So, I mean, this is good progress. I can't always end on it being a solution. I'll ask ChatGPT. Let's give ChatGPT another chance here. How can the following code be modified to avoid... I don't know how it's going to understand. It kind of understood what I wanted before. So I kind of want to use its language back at it. How can the following code be modified to avoid the grabbed object getting sucked into the camera? I don't know if it'll possibly understand that. To prevent the grabbed object from getting sucked into the camera, you need to adjust the logic in shoot ray. Instead of excluding the target directly in the shoot ray function, you can set a flag to ignore collisions with the grabbed object when shooting the ray. Ooh la la. Then you can use this flag in the move health function to determine whether or not to update the grabbed object's position. Yeah, go ahead. Take it away, ChatGPT. Take my job away. I don't care. Alright, it runs. Oh, shoot! It only clicked once. So it almost works. And I can only click the object one time, and I can never click them ever again. So the flag needs to be unset. There's something fundamentally wrong with this approach. Evidently. Because at this point, we're just, like, modifying something so much to the point where I would think maybe it should just be done differently in the first place. So if I grab one of these, it's going to move a little bit. Just a little bit. And then it stops moving at all. How can the object still be moved after it's been moved once? I don't think it's gonna help me here. If you want the object to continue being movable after it's been initially grabbed and moved, you should keep track of the grabbed object and its position. Okay, that makes sense. Then update its position continuously based on the ray position while the grab action is active. Alright. Take it away. Take my job away. I accept. Identify a target not declared in the current scope. Okay. So this is... Wait, how is it not declared in the scope? Wait, it got rid of the target variable. Why would you do that? Why would you do that, ChatGPT? Wait, you got rid of so much code. What has ChatGPT done? Okay. I'm very confused. Can you please put the target class variable back so that it can be accessed by the move health function? Certainly. Why did you remove it in the first place? How dare you? I'm so insulted. Okay. Alright, it runs. That's good. Oh! Now it just sucks back in. Oh, so maybe it... Like, that... Having that class variable was part of why it's getting sucked in the first place. We're just back to the way that it was. But now it's getting sucked back into the camera. To prevent the grabbed object from being pulled toward the camera, you can adjust the logic in move health. Instead of directly setting the global position of the grabbed object based on the ray position, you can calculate the movement direction. Okay. And distance from the original grab point. Okay. Yeah, have at it. You're not doing awesome, but neither am I. I'm doing my best. And that is awesome. So, carry on. Let's see what you got. ChatGPT isn't doing any worse than I am. They're doing a lot better. Wait, that kind of worked. Oh, it works. It kind of works. Okay, okay, hold on. Hold on. Nice. So, I mean, if I were to say, there's a few things here. There's a few things here. Number one, it kind of works. Number one. That's important. It kind of works. Number two, my mouse can move faster than it can keep up with. And so if I don't move my mouse very carefully, so I just keep a very slow movement, we're okay. As long as I move very slowly, it'll move it. But if I move too fast, we're in trouble. Now, there's another problem here. It's not able to differentiate between the different instances until that is removed. This is bizarre behavior. So, like, right now, okay, I think I see kind of what's happening here. There's there's a lot of problems here. It's very interesting because these problems will come up in different forms depending on how this is approached. Oh, man. Oh, God. Wow. This is wild. So, if I move this around, okay? So I've clicked on it, I've moved it. Now, if I click on this other sphere up here, this one is going to jump to that one. All right? Now, the objects on each terrain block, right? There's separate terrain blocks. And let me actually just demonstrate that. Right? So here's one terrain block. It's a strip. And these strips contain these objects, such as the health. When one of these strips goes past the character, a certain distance away from the character, when the strip goes past, it deletes itself. So that's why if I click on this orb behind this tree here and move it around, whatever, and now I click on this orb and it jumps to that, as soon as that terrain strip that it originates from is deleted, this also deletes. So that's something that is not ideal, right? Because its position isn't getting moved somewhere else, right? If I want this player to be able to move an object elsewhere in the world, it should now be in that place in the world, not as long as its original strip isn't deleted. So that's a huge problem. And of course, the fact that it is jumping, will it jump to something that isn't like? So there's this one. Will this jump to the other sphere? It won't. So that's because the RID is the same, right? They have the same resource IDs. So this sphere has the same resource ID as this sphere. So it thinks it's the same one. And when we click on this one, it thinks we're clicking on the one we were originally clicking on. It doesn't do that with these elongated spheres because they have a different RID. So if I click on this, oh, it does. All right, I'm wrong. I'm ignorant. I don't know what I'm talking about. So I guess they do have the same RID. Okay, so I don't actually know why that's happening. I can't guess why that's happening. It does jump to whatever. I don't know why. So that's a problem. Why ever that's happening. It doesn't see these as a unique thing until it's destroyed. But, well, okay, so there's one more thing. So 3 things. Number 1, it's deleting the object if it moves to a new place once its strip is gone. Number 2, it's jumping to other objects that we click on instead of seeing those as unique. Number 3, I want it to be moving, like when we get down to the ground or something, or really I want it to move forward and backward. It's not moving in 3D space, right? It's only moving X and Y, which makes sense. I mean, it will jump to the back if I am hovering over another object, then it'll jump to that object. But if I stay like up here in the sky, oh, number 4, right? The other problem is that we can move the mouse too fast such that we let go of it. A lot of problems here. But, you know, I would want there to be a way. So let's say if you move down, right? I want it to move closer. How the hell do you even do that? Well, I have a solution. I have a solution to some of these. I actually have a solution to some of these. I mean, we could maybe set up some way, right, for that ray to like get shorter if we move up and down. You know, so it kind of like does like something like this when you move it. So imagine I'm the player and we're bringing it closer to us. And my finger is the thing we're grabbing, right? Maybe there's some way to get it to move like this. But what would be easier and equally effective, and what I was kind of planning anyway, would be as soon as you click it, it jumps to the front. Does that make sense? So I'm the alien, right? I'm the alien. I'm doing my runner game. If I reach out and I grab something, as soon as I grab it, it immediately jumps up to a 2D plane, the HUD, if you will. Or more practically, this plane right here where the player is. So we would click on it. Actually, let's simulate this. Right here. Or we could even simulate it better than that, because this is all very silly. So here's the character right in that orb. If I click on this orb and then click on this one, it's going to jump there. So that's what I'd want. I'd want it to jump to the player right away. Just jump right to the player. As soon as we click on it, bam, it jumps to the player. It's kind of cool. Anyway, so as soon as we click on something, even if it's way out here, it'll jump to the player. And then you'll already be on that plane. And in theory, you could move it in theory. So there's still some problems. To either the arms, the legs, or the body. And then when you are hovering over the arms, the legs, or the body, they could light up, right? So you know what you're hovering over. And when you let go, it'll consume the health, and the health will apply to that thing. Ooh, that's a lot. I'm going to call this a success. I'm playing myself out here because, you know, this is what I love about prototyping. I mean, we're prototyping a game that I would want to evaluate how the prototype went and then say, okay, well, this was fun. Players liked this. Players didn't like that, blah, blah, blah. And then sort of rebuild it, not necessarily without using the same code, but, you know, approach it with a different angle and maybe look at artists to hire or something, I don't know, and make the game even nicer based on that feedback. But also in the prototyping phase, you know, it's like mini steps along the way, right? Like, this is one busted way to grab and move things around. It's busted. It's not working great. But because it kind of works, it raises a bunch of questions. And it's things that I wouldn't have even thought about being problems to consider and maybe do something about if I hadn't built this busted version of the grabbing and dragging. So because I've built this version of the grabbing and dragging, I now know, or I can now better plan how to approach setting it up. So to me, that's a huge victory, and I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot piddling around here, and I'm proud of getting some of these things set up. I couldn't have done it without you all who have come through. Rosen, most recently. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Rosen. Thank you for your suggestions and your ideas. It's so helpful. And of course, everyone else who came through as well. I have so much appreciation for you. It's not just my game anymore. It's my game idea. And I'm here to help guide it to get done and, you know, learn along the way. But now I've got help from you all as like team members, and I'm so thankful for that. It'll make the game better in the end. So I'm doing these streams for right now, every Wednesday and Thursday. I'm gonna add in Tuesdays eventually, so I'm gonna be working on this game a lot. I'm still in every technical sense a Godot noob. But I really love the engine. I'm enjoying learning it, and yeah, I hope you'll leave a thumbs up on this video if you enjoyed it, thought it was interesting, want to support the channel, see the game grow and get better, whatever those reasons are. Smash that thumbs up button. It really helps a lot, means a lot to me. Thank you if you're able to do that. So my next stream is going to be tomorrow, which is a game jam. I'm going to do a 1-hour game jam in Godot. I do that every Friday. You can join in any engine you like. And then after that, yeah, Monday will be my next stream. Mondays are the member streams. Member and patrons, actually. Speaking of them, these are the wonderful people who have access to those streams. I'm doing game art and research every Monday. So you can actually check those out a little bit. If you head over to the channel page, you can see those member streams right at the top here. There we go, Learning Blender. I did some other programs as well. So whatever game art research, I might do some animation stuff as well. That's all a part of those streams. Those are on Mondays. You can actually join the Patreon or the Google. I mean, YouTube is Google. Or you can join YouTube, and you'll get access to those. But if you join the Patreon for free, you'll get a free live stream that you can't get anywhere else in your email inbox. So consider heading over to patreon.com/HyperGameDev and signing up for that free newsletter. It comes in your email every Friday. And you just come over here, hit join for free, sign up with your email, and you'll get a secret live stream. It's a secret live stream. Unless you sign up for the newsletter, then it's not a secret. Thank you everybody again. I appreciate you. Take good care. And if you're watching this after the live stream, hello. Thank you for checking in and seeing what it's about. You can tap in the bottom left or click if you're on a computer. Do that on the bottom left to see the last live devlog. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one. And I'll see you over there. Bye, y'all.